मैं ये कह रहा हूँ पीपीटी कौन कब स्टार्ट करनी है?
मुझे तो तुम्हें बताया था कि हम तभी तो कह रहे थे कॉलेज करना।
Shall I start, ma'am? Shall I start, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes. Now I am starting. Honorable dignitaries, galaxy of intellectuals, learned delegates, respected faculty members and participants from national and international platforms. A very warm greetings to one and all connected with us. I, Dr. Anuradha Singh, as a convener, feel privileged to accord a cordial welcome you all on behalf of our institution, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj, in an inaugural session of First International E-Conference on Sustainability Challenges and Transforming Opportunities, organized under the strengthening component of Star College scheme of TBT. It's an Indian tradition to evoke God and seek His blessing. So let's join for a prayer by Ms. Baldeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Teacher Education, SS Khanna Girls Degree College. Now I invite Ms. Baldeep Kaur. Welcome, Baldeep.
नमस्कार सभी को नमस्कार साउंड आ रहा है आवाज आ रही है मैम
Yes, Baldeep.
नमस्कार वर्तमान में इस कोविड-19 के दौर पर सभी की मंगल कामना करते हुए प्रस्तुत है मंगल गीत कानपुरे का सॉन्ग आ रहा है मैम
Yes, ma'am.
यस
तेरा मंगल तेरा मंगल तेरा मंगल होए रे सबका मंगल सबका मंगल सबका मंगल होए रे जिस गुरुदेव ने धर्म किया है उनका मंगल होए रे जिस जननी ने जन्म लिया है उसका मंगल होए रे पाला पोसा और बढ़ाया उस पिता का मंगल होए रे इस जगत के सब दुखियारे प्राणी का मंगल होए रे जल में स्थल में और गगन में सबका मंगल होए रे अंतर मन की गाठें टूटे अंतर निर्मल होए रे राग द्वेष और मोह मिट जाए शील समाधि समोए रे शुद्ध धर्म धरती पर जागे पाप पराजित होए रे इस धरती के कर दिन में कण कण में धर्म समोए रे शुद्ध धर्म जल जल में जागे घर घर शांति समोए रे तेरा मंगल मेरा मंगल सबका मंगल सबका मंगल होए रे, सबका मंगल होए रे, सबका मंगल होए रे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Valdeep, for this melodious prayer. Now I request Professor Lalima Singh, Principal of our college, to accord formal welcome to the guest and the gathering.
Kanna Girls Degree College has organized a 5-day international e-conference on sustainability, challenges, and transforming opportunities amidst COVID-19. In order to strengthen the linkage between teaching and learning and keep the faculty member connected with the learners, the college has organized with this objective this conference. This academic exercise is an effort to pursue its mission of promoting academic excellence and creation of opportunities for academia to collaborate and add to the existing repertoire of knowledge. We are fortunate that we have a name well known in the realm of academics. He is Professor Dr. A.K. Bakshi, Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Haryana. He was the Executive Director of Tertiary Education Commission, Mauritius, a post which is equivalent to the Chairman of UGC. It takes immense pride for all of us to share with you that by Professor Bakshi's participation in this 5-day e-conference is virtually a homecoming for all of us because he had been the Vice Chancellor of UP Rajshita Open University for 2 years in our own city, that is Prayagraj. Professor Bakshi has also held the prestigious Sir Shankar Lal Chair of Chemistry in the University of Delhi for more than 2 decades. He was also the head of the Department of Chemistry in Delhi during May 2010 to 11. Sir has also been the chairman of Center for E-Learning as well as chairman of Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, a center of the MHRD Government of India. We are indeed honored to have such a brilliant scholar who will be giving his keynote address in this 5-day e-conference. We feel proud and motivated too to tell you that Professor Bakshi is a double gold medalist of Delhi University. He did his postdoctoral training at the University of Nuremberg, Germany, with Professor J. Ladik, and at the Kyoto University and the Institute of Fundamental Chemistry, Japan. He has also been a visiting scientist at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai, and the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Professor Bakshi has been loaded with various awards and honors, but I cannot resist myself in mentioning a few, and the one which I would like to share with all of you is that Professor Bakshi was awarded Capital Foundation National Award for outstanding contribution to education by our former President Abdul APJ Kalam in December 2011. Again, Professor Bakshi was felicitated in September 2009 by our former President APJ Abdul Kalam for his contribution in e-transformation of University of Delhi as Director IILL. Professor Bakshi has the distinction of being the first person from the universities in India to have selected for being selected as a member of scientist of the third Indian research expedition to Antarctica in 1984. We are delighted to have such a learned scholar with us in our 5-day e-conference. As the guest of honor for this e-conference, we have Madam Garima Gupta, e-scientist from the Department of Biotechnology, New Delhi, a Government of India organization. I extend a very warm welcome to you, Madam. I also extend a very cordial welcome to all the participants across the country, the faculty members, the research scholars, who all have joined this seminar. Your cooperation, your presence, indeed will make this seminar a success. A warm welcome once again to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm gesture. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Bajal, convener of the conference, to give a crisp thematic presentation and the road ahead radiated from this 5-day international conference.
Thank you, Anuradha.
Welcome, ma'am.
Jyoti Bajal extends a cordial welcome and warm greetings to all the esteemed guests on the occasion. The advent of technology gifted human life with enormous possibilities and greater comforts, and man began to yearn for more. With the passage of time, pleonexia stepped into his thought and action, and humanity at large started to encounter challenges of widespread poverty, hunger, unemployment, lack of quality education, degradation of the environment, issues of peace and justice. It is paradoxical that nature gives us bountiful and bestows upon the entire humanity equal freedom to fulfill its needs. Yet, human beings indulge in discrimination, inequality, and conflict, creating imbalance all around. Reckless exploitation of resources, be it natural, economic, or human, by the powerful has rendered the lives of poor and the underprivileged more vulnerable. Such a scenario evoked concern and sought the attention of the United Nations. In 2015, the international body adopted the Sustainable Development Goals to protect the planet and improve the lives of everyone, everywhere. The objective was to ensure availability of resources for satiation of the needs of the future generations as well. The march towards the 2030 agenda was gaining momentum, and we had just tread into the decade of action when the pandemic caught us unawares and pushed the entire humanity into crisis. Systems crumbled, morality and ethics lay bare, human actions and behavior became questionable. Such a situation sought action on two counts. One, dealing with the present situation, and the other being design of policy for new normal. At such a juncture, when the art and science of living both are at stake, it is peremptory to revisit the attainment process of the Sustainable Development Goals, reset priorities, and reallocate the resources. It is with this aim the International E-Conference has been convened to explore the impact of COVID-19 on the existing socio-economical norms and practices, the need of transformation in education, seek a solution to emerge out of the present situation, and finally, to build up measures to create a robust and resilient society. This event is also an initiative to realize the motto of the college, Ano Bhadra Kritvo Yantu Vishvatah. Let noble thoughts come to us from every side. The e-conference would dwell upon the interrelated sub-themes of socio-economy, education, health, justice, and environmental sustainability. So, wish you all a happy journey with us through the 5 days of intense deliberations and discussions. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite one of the leading e-learning experts of India who is among us. So I invite Professor A.K. Bakshi sir to deliver his keynote address.
Very good morning to all of you, and it's indeed a great honor and a rare privilege to have got this opportunity to deliver this keynote address at the 5-day International E-Conference on Sustainability, Challenges and Transforming Opportunities amidst COVID-19. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Lalima Singh for her very kind words of introduction and for inviting me to deliver this talk. I am indeed very happy to know that this college, since its inception in 1975, has been doing great things. It has got very good NAC score. It is also the College for Potential Excellence of the UGC. Then it has also got the Star College scheme of the DBT. You know, all these are not small achievements. And this would not have been possible except by an entire teamwork. And the team is led by the principal, because I always believe that the leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So I would like to congratulate Professor Singh as well as all faculty members and students for making it happen. I would also like to extend warm greetings to all the participants across the country who have joined today in this e-conference. You know, we are really passing through very difficult times, the times unheard of in our living memory. And I sincerely hope that all of you are in the best of health and spirits. Coming to the title of my talk, you know, let me first of all share my screen. Is my screen visible clearly? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am also audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See, the title of my talk is The Changing Face of Higher Education in India, Challenges and Opportunities. You know why I have chosen this talk? Because primarily this e-conference is on sustainability. And you know, there is a very intimate link between education and sustainability. As a matter of fact, one can...
Excuse me, sir. Sir, your topic cannot be seen on the screen. You have used the slide share option.
Yes.
Sir, would you kindly share your document, sir? Sir, it's only written Zoom on the screen.
No, why is it? But it's always done. There is sharing is paused. It is written sharing is paused.
Sharing is paused.
It's coming like that. I do it again.
Sir, I'm checking. Sir, you share. The share option is on. The facility is on.
I have now shared it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it is visible now. It is visible now, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So as I was talking that although this conference is on sustainability, but you know, quality education is intimately linked to sustainability. And it won't be wrong if I say that quality education is the foundation of sustainable development. You know, sustainability is defined in many ways. One definition is meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Then there is another definition that it is the possibility that human and other forms of life on earth will flourish forever. And other very succinct one is enough for all forever. That's primarily sustainability. And you know, there are three major pillars of sustainable development: social, environmental, and economic. And these three pillars are essential. And in these three pillars, education plays a very important role. And please remember, if any one of these pillars gets weak, you know, you cannot have sustainable development. It will become unsustainable. And as it was just pointed out, that United Nations in 2015 defined, you know, sustainable development goals. There were 17 goals which were defined. And one very important goal was quality education. It means inclusiveness and equitable quality education, and then promoting lifelong learning for all. So that is one of the important, you know, strategic development goals. But please remember, strategic development requires human ingenuity. People are the most important resource. Without people being very important resource, you cannot achieve sustainable development. And ingenuity, by ingenuity, I mean ability to think creatively about a situation or to solve problems in a clever way or to invent new things. That is the meaning of ingenuity. So this human ingenuity, which comes through education primarily, can do wonders in promoting sustainable development. You know, it is said, never tell people how to do things. Just tell them what to do and they will surprise you with their ingenuity. That's basically the power of human ingenuity. And please remember, human ingenuity combined with courage and work can achieve miracles. So that's something which we have to remember. And it won't be an exaggeration if we say that our future heavily relies on human ingenuity. And this human ingenuity primarily comes through education. And now there is an increasing focus on higher education for sustainable development. You know, these are some of the books have come on higher education for sustainable development. There is a journal of education for sustainable development. And you know, from this point of view, if we look, there have been many changes in higher education in the recent past. And in this talk, I will tell you how the higher education scenario is changing. What are going to be the challenges? Since, you know, most of the participants are teachers, research scholars, and other students, all coming from education field. Therefore, they should know how the future is going to be for them and what are going to be their roles. So, first thing I will start with is, let's have a look at the current higher education scenario in India. As you all know, that India has the third largest system of higher education in the world. We have at present nearly 993 universities, almost 50,000 colleges, 1.4 million teachers, and 37.4 million students. And as you can see, as compared to 1950, there has been a considerable growth, no doubt about that. But then still, our gross enrollment ratio is only 26.3%. That means out of Indian youth in the age group of 18 to 23, nearly 3/4 are not able to pursue higher education, which is very unfortunate. Our target is only 32% by 2022. So access is going to be a very serious problem. And access is very much required as a strategic development goal also. And second is quality of education. See, international ranking of our most of institutions is very poor. Recently, this QS World Rankings 2021 were released. And you know, according to this, as you can see, IIT Bombay from India was at the top with 172 position. And rest you can see. And the only university which nearly came close to 500 position was University of Delhi with 501 rank. So that means something is somewhere wrong. And it is said that one of the reasons why our ranking is very poor is our not very strong research programs. Most of our institutions have reduced to teaching institutions. Research is not much. And even if research is there, it's not of very high quality. Then, you know, we also need to provide education with equity. As you can see here, what I mean by equity, not equality. We should give ample opportunities. And this is also a part of the strategic development goal of United Nations. Let me also say a few remarks about the importance of higher education. You know, we are all in higher education, and you will agree that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And as I said earlier, human resource development should be the main aim of education. That is why, in India, we don't have the Ministry of Education. We call it Ministry of Human Resource Development. Because at every level, you are developing human resources, so polishing them, honing their skills. Higher education is also the driving force of economic and social growth. It drives competitiveness and employment generation. Somebody very rightly said that the future or the destiny of the country is shaped in the classroom. And, all important positions, they ultimately come out of higher education, whether it is doctors, engineers, scientists, bureaucrats, architects, all ultimately come out of higher education. Therefore, it won't be wrong if we say that teaching is the one profession that creates all other professions. Therefore, I would tell all the teachers that they should take pride in their own profession. Yes, we are, and a very big responsibility rests on their shoulders. Please remember, students may be about 20% of our population, but then they are 100% of our future. Our future entirely depends on them. That is why during these COVID times, once the educational institutions were closed, all teachers and other people rose to the occasion so that one should ensure that the learning does not stop. Because this time will not come again for the students. That is why this online learning and many other things are becoming so popular. And we have to ensure the quality of education, quality of our examination system. Because once that gets lowered, it leads to the collapse of the nation. In South Africa, in one university at the outside, it is written that destroying a nation does not need a missile or atomic bomb. You simply lower the quality of education, and that is enough. Patients will die at the hands of the doctors who will come out of that system. Buildings will collapse at the hands of such engineers, and so on. Therefore, collapse of education system is the collapse of the nation, and therefore we have to ensure that we keep the quality of education very, very high. Now I will tell you how the things are changing in higher education in India and what are going to be the challenges. You may be from different fields, but this lecture would be of interest to everybody. The biggest challenge which I feel in India is that there is a serious dearth of creative minds in India. And this government is also realizing, because, just look at this. Creativity means conceiving new idea. Innovation means implementing that new idea to create new product or process. So creativity is the pillar of innovation. And these days, all governments have been stressing on innovation and creativity, because innovation is the key to any nation's development. Look at these. These are some of the greatest innovators of all times. The things which they developed, all of us are using. But what I want to highlight is all what they did started from an idea. That shows their creativity. These are modern innovators. Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, World Wide Web, and the people are there. Again, it came with an idea. So the question is, why we are not able to come out with these ideas. Why is it that we are always the followers and not able to take lead? Even in India, you look at, there has been no Nobel Prize for an Indian scientist since 1930. C.V. Raman was the person who got Nobel Prize in 1930 for his discovery of Raman effect. This was the Nobel Prize in physics. There have been some other people, but these were non-resident Indians. They were working abroad. Even in other fields, look at economics. We have Amartya Sen. Although, he is an Indian, but still for the last 3 to 4 decades, he has been working abroad. And even the recent one, Abhijit Banerjee, he is also an American citizen. So why I want to say is, why is it that we, with a population of 1.4 billion, are not able to produce people with that caliber of research? So all this reflect on the quality of education. And we all need to very seriously think about it. Also, please remember that Nobel Prize is not a lifetime achievement award. No. If you really want to excel in research at that level, one needs perseverance and resilience. We in India want immediate gains. That's not possible. Last year, Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, he was 97-year-old. Just imagine. Then we need enormous amounts of creativity and open-mindedness. So creativity is required. And then we also need to collaborate. It's very unfortunate that in India, people try or prefer to work in isolation. We need to build more bridges rather than walls. Even, just one more thing I would like to tell you, that India has the 3rd largest scientific and technical manpower in the world. Even in publications wise, you see here, India is number 3 in the world in scientific publications. But recently in Times of India, a report came where out of the 4,000 most cited researchers in the world, only 10 were found to be from India. That is 0.25%. So that shows we may be producing many papers, but quality-wise, perhaps we are not that good. And these are the 10 people, including Professor C.N.R. Rao, who is Bharat Ratna. Then, one more thing, since it is a girls' college, we need to keep it in mind that there is a gender gap in science. Because according to the UNESCO report 2018 on women in science, it was found that in the world, 28.8% researchers are women. But in India, this number drops to 13.9%. So why they are not able to go and excel at that level? Government has been making many efforts, but then one has to see the root cause. Even in Nobel Prizes, at present, total 334 Nobel Prizes have been awarded since 1901, when the first Nobel Prize was started. But only 19 women have won. And there is only one woman who has won Nobel Prize twice. And you know that, Madame Curie. So there are examples where women have been able to make a mark. Even in India, this is a quote from Madame Curie, where she says, be less curious about people and more curious about ideas. Yes, a lot of depth in that. In India also recently on National Science Day, 11 chairs were named after 11 female scientists of India, which will be filled by women. Government did this. This is only this year. The reason is, the purpose is to inspire girls to follow scientists. So that is something which we have to keep it in mind. Why I am telling you this, that there is a dearth of creative minds, creativity is missing, girls, students or women are not coming in a very big way, and government is trying to promote that. This is the need of the hour. Please remember, the greatest device for more creativity and innovation is a curious mind. So we need to encourage curiosity. And as I said in the very beginning, human ingenuity deals with creativity which comes out of curious mind. And you know, Albert Einstein once said, I have no special talent, I am only passionately curious. That's all. You know, asking questions, curiosity. For example, millions of the people saw apple falling, but why did only Newton say why? So that shows the height of curiosity. Another challenge which is coming in a very big way for all of us and in higher education is the exponential growth of knowledge. Please remember that the knowledge in all disciplines is growing very, very fast. So fast that the doubling time of knowledge has shrunk considerably. You know, there was a time when doubling time was around 150 years. Then it came down to 55, and at present, human knowledge is growing at the rate of 73 days. It gets doubled. Please remember, what we know is a drop and what we do not know is an ocean. So we have to keep this in mind. And you know, because of this growth in knowledge, research is becoming very challenging because of vastly increasing literature in each field. And then, you know, when so much is happening, how we will tell to the future generation? This can be done only by making it a part of our education process, education system. So this is another change and realization which is occurring in the country. Another challenge and something which needs to be done is we need some reforms in education system in India. You know, three things are very important in education. What do we teach? How do we teach? And how do we assess our students? All three things are very important. But if you look at the first syllabi, the problem starts in India from class 11th, I believe. We have very heavy syllabi. I have been the author of NCERT chemistry books, class 11th and 12th, long back. You know, there are almost 30 chapters of chemistry. So much chemistry as if chemistry is going to end after that. Many topics are outdated. The result is that there is a big gap between what is learned and what should be learned. That is increasing. And we don't understand. This comes into, you know, big thing later on. Then there is a lack of coordination, no regular revision. Very, very serious drawbacks. And you know, heavy syllabi means students have so much to do, they start doing rote learning, they hardly have any understanding. And Professor C.N.R. Rao said a few years back, 90% of Indian universities have outdated curriculum. And now about a month back, it came that NCERT is going to revise the syllabus after 15 years. And now they are realizing, they say only core essentials will form the content in each subject. Yes, that is what it should be. Just fundamentals, make them clear, build strong foundations. Second component is teaching and learning. And in my opinion, this is the most important component of the education process. You know, it's very unfortunate that in India, we still focus on examination, rote learning, and scoring high marks. Sometimes it is remarked that India's education system has become India's examination system. So many exams, competitive exams, entrance exam, qualifying exams, semester exam, list goes on. And the problem is that our education system does not challenge the minds of the students. Just teacher tells, students learn, reproduce in the exam, score high marks. And now you see, people have been getting 100% mark. Look at, this is today's reality. In every discipline. You know, our system, very unfortunate, it does not encourage thinking, innovation, and creativity amongst our students. There is so much emphasis on learning, but nobody tells students how to learn. We have to keep it in mind that learning process is a 6-level hierarchy. At the bottom is remembering knowledge, then understanding, application, analysis, evaluation, and creativity. That does not happen. Everything we should take up to creativity, but we are not able to do that. Just so much syllabus, keep on giving answers and answers, students mug up and do that. I show you one small video which tells you the real problem in our education system. Just watch it. It's a 3-minute video.
For decades, people have been finding hundreds of flaws in the education system. No conceptual understanding, no creativity, children are stressed, and the list goes on. All these are symptoms. But what is the root cause to all this? What is the fundamental flaw in the education system? Let us play a rapid-fire game. You have 1 second to answer every question. Let's start. First question, A4? Okay, no more questions. Did you think apple first? 98% of people are most likely to think so. Because that was what we were told in our kindergarten. Imagine that this was done differently. Say we had asked you for all the words starting with A. Ant, ace, April, apt. Different answers would have popped out of everyone's head. Do you see where the problem is? Before children start going to school, every child is unique. Every child thinks different. But the education system makes every child think the same. This is the fundamental flaw in the education system. Why did this start? During the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, the education system was designed to make children ready to work in factories. The factories did not require people to think, but to only work like robots. So, the education system stripped children of their freedom to think and destroyed their true potential. The same education system continues even today. Only the industries have changed. A study by NASA shows that 98% of children think different before they start going to school. As they go through this education system, at 25 years of age, only 2% think different, and 98% think the same. So how does the education system make every child the same? Let's go back to the apple example. Kindergarten lessons told us that A is for apple. We asked you for words that start with A. Our education system gave us the answers. We asked you a question. Answers make you the same. Questions make you different. Right from kindergarten, the education system keeps giving answers. Instead of asking children how plants make food, the science teacher gives you the definition of photosynthesis. Instead of asking them to describe the sun, the teacher tells them that the sun is a ball of fire at the center of the solar system. Through their years in school, children lose the capability to think on their own. Whether it is their choice of career or their relationship or any situation in life, they become.
So I think this very clearly explains how we are curbing the inquisitiveness of our students and making them think alike. So question is, where is the inquisitive Indian? I mean, questions are a key part of the learning process. We need to encourage that. Please remember, without creativity, there could be no progress and we would be forever repeating the same pattern. That is how it is happening and it will keep on happening. So somewhere something wrong with our teaching. And it is also explainable because if you look at the method of the recruitment, you have UG degree, PG degree, NET, PhD, all of them mainly test your domain knowledge, subject knowledge. But pedagogical training is missing. The art of teaching, that is never there. I remember I became lecturer in Delhi University when I was just 21, not even 21. I was the topper and record breaker I got. And I started teaching the way I wanted. Nobody trained us. And that is with everybody. And of course, you learn with experience, but there is no formal training. So teaching must shift its focus from, remembering and understanding to higher order abilities like applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Third and the last component here is assessment. This is very important because it tests the effectiveness of the teaching learning process. And our examination system, we should test the genuine understanding of the subject and not rote learning. It is said assessment drives learning. The way you will start assessing your students will start learning in that way. If you ask them essay type questions, they will prepare that. If you ask them rote learning question, they will do that. If you ask them creative thinking, they will do that. Problem solving, they will do that. So choice is ours. And now government has also decided that from 2020, class 10th and 12th board exams pattern will change. There will be more critical thinking questions, analytical questions, less scope for rote learning. Happy that the realization has come, but it's already very late. Assessment process needs to be made more scientific to encourage multiple skills of our students. And if we don't do this, as we have not been doing, the problem, we will be at the same place. And the problem with the teachers is that the teachers are also the product of the same system. So they need to be professionally trained for that. Another challenge and change which is happening in India in the context of higher education is digital transformation and the need to embrace technology. This is a very big change which is happening in India in the light of higher education. Technology is going to play a very important role in enhancing the quality of education in the 21st century. Technology has always been an enabler which helps you to do many things. It makes lives easier and convenient. If I am able to speak to you today while sitting at my home, it's because of technology. So technology has made our life very convenient, but unfortunately not our education. So education somehow seems to be perhaps the only sector which still debates the usefulness of technology. It's very surprising. But let's see how ICT has impacted. ICT is information and communication technology. It's basically an umbrella term that encompasses all communication technologies that provide access to information. Internet, wireless network, cell phone, digital TV, all come under ICT. And please remember, ICT has of late impacted all areas of higher education. The most important is teaching and learning, where e-learning and MOOCs are coming. E-learning basically means electronic learning. Focus is still on learning, is just a mechanism. So you can say that e-learning is the learning using ICT. But if you have to do e-learning, you need some content from where to learn. That content is called e-content. And e-content is, built from static content. If you have any subject, any semester paper, take its syllabus. For that syllabus, subject matter experts will write static content. Text, value addition, quizzes, etc. That is the static content. Then technical team will do its multimedia enrichment. Wherever required, they will add audio, video, animation, simulation in coordination with subject matter experts so as to make the content more interesting, more absorbing, because e-learning is self-learning. There will be no teacher. So that is how the e-content is developed. Even MOOCs is also the same. MOOCs is also a form of e-learning, but in a very structured manner. This term was coined only in the year 2008. It's not very old. It's basically an acronym for Massive Open Online Course. Why we call it massive? Because there can be unlimited enrollment. There are some MOOCs in the world where lakhs and lakhs of learners have enrolled. Open means no qualification required. Anybody can enroll until and unless you want to obtain the grades. Then it is offered through online. And normally one semester paper, 1 4-credit semester paper is normally one MOOC. For example, in MSc chemistry, if in 2 years you have 16 papers spread over 4 semesters, so there are corresponding 16 MOOCs, and we have developed that. I am the chairman of the center, and we have developed maximum MOOCs in the country. Nearly 50 MOOCs we have developed in various subjects. And the basic philosophy of MOOCs is 4 A's. Anytime, anywhere, anyone, any number of times. So you can decide your own pace of learning. You can learn from the MOOCs even on your mobile phone. No problem. This can't happen in the class. In India, MOOCs are being developed by the various national coordinators. UGC is developing for postgraduate subject, CEC for undergraduate discipline, NPTEL for engineering, NCRT for schools. Even 9th to 12th MOOCs are also being developed. Below 9th class, MOOCs are not recommended because then the students are relatively young. So they need to learn socially and so on. And all these MOOCs in India at present, about 2000 MOOCs have been developed. And these are hosted on this SWAYAM platform. You can go to this site and you can get all the MOOCs from this site. The vision is that once all the courses are uploaded on SWAYAM platform, it will be like ATL, anytime learning, just as you have ATM for money from the banks. So that is how it will work. You may ask the question, and now we come to that strategic development goal. MOOCs, all this behind this, the reason is that they will help in increasing the accessibility. As I said, our gross enrollment ratio is 26.3, but MOOCs can help in increasing the gross enrollment. Anybody can enroll. And these are offered with equity. Anybody, rich, poor, everybody is open to that. Even teachers learn a lot from these MOOCs. It makes learning learner-centric and just one click away. And then, you can see it is like a very high quality education available to the masses. That is a very important point from, sustainability point of view. But a lot of efforts have gone. We have spent so many years developing these MOOCs. And for many, it will help them realize the dream of lifelong learning. And if you remember at the strategic development goal, I said, we have to create possibilities for lifelong learning. And here is this. And also please remember, MOOCs are developed by the top experts of the country. So it is something like the best of the country addressing to the rest. Second thing is ICT is also being used in the revision of syllabi. I said knowledge is growing very fast. You need to revise syllabi more frequently. And this can be done using technology. Through email, discussion forum, video conferencing, periodic revision of syllabi is possible. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. Earlier, it used to take years to revise the syllabus because it has to pass through so many statutory bodies and so on. ICT can also help in research. As I said, literature is becoming very vast, so electronic databases have come. Instead of having physical journal, you have now electronic databases for different disciplines. And they are the real information source in the 21st century. And electronic database is like a telephone directory. You need to search, and there is a search engine which will guide you how to get the requisite literature. ICT is coming in a very big way in assessment, because assessment is very important. Examination basically consists of 3 steps: conduct, paper setting, and assessment pattern. So this technology helps in the conduct of examination. That is where it plays a role. And please remember, online examination is becoming very, very popular. It gives immediate results, saves time, uniform marking for all students, cost-effective, self-assessment. I remember when I was director of the Institute of Lifelong Learning in University of Delhi, about a decade back, we conducted the first online examination in the history of Delhi University. So now it is spreading, and now government has set up National Testing Agency. And since November 2017, it has been functioning. And many major exams, as you can see here, IIT, Joint Entrance, UGC, NET, NEET, GPAT, all are now conducted by this National Testing Agency online. So you can see how things are changing. Technology is changing the way education is imparted, making lifelong learning possible, increasing accessibility, making equity possible, all those things. And another thing which is happening now is ICT is coming in a very big way in professional development of higher education faculty. Earlier teachers used to go for refresher or orientation courses to various academic staff colleges or human resource development centers. I was also at one time director of, Center for Professional Development in Higher Education of Delhi University. In one refresher course, there will be 30, 40 participants, and at the maximum, you will do 2 courses in one discipline in the year. But now, government has launched this ARPIT scheme. ARPIT basically stands for Annual Refresher Program in Teaching. Government has created many national resource centers in the country. And each national resource center has been given one discipline to develop online refresher course. For example, we have National Resource Center of Chemistry for the country. I'm the chairman of that. And we have already developed 2, refresher programs, ARPIT 2018 and ARPIT 2019. There are 14 lakh teachers in higher education. And by this technology, all teachers can do refresher program in one lot. So that is the beauty of technology. This center, which is the National Resource Center of Chemistry at Guru Angad Dev, this was inaugurated by, this was inaugurated by Smriti Irani when she was the Minister of MHRD. I can just show you a few lines about what she said.
आज मैं विशेष रूप से बधाई देती हूँ प्रोफेसर बख्शी को, विमल जी को, जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करके इस सेंटर को जीवित रूप में आपके सामने प्रस्तुत किया। ये टीचर की ललक उसके उत्साह का उदाहरण है कि भारत सरकार ने दिसंबर 2014 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के हाथों पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय नेशनल मिशन को राष्ट्र के सामने प्रस्तुत किया, लेकिन उसमें
Anyway, so I'll move. These ARPIT programs, the focus is on latest developments in the subject, then new and emerging areas, and also pedagogical innovations and methodologies for transacting curricula more effectively. And let me tell you, our ARPIT program in chemistry has been voted amongst one of the best in the country. I will just show you 3-minute introductory video about this program, which will tell you how things are changing, how higher education is changing in the country. Just have a look at this.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Vimal Raj, and I am the coordinator of National Resource Center of Chemistry of MHRD, Government of India at SCTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi.
And myself, Professor A.K. Bakshi. We welcome you all to the ARPIT 2019, which is going to provide you a unique opportunity to learn as per your convenience. For this online refresher course, we have selected a variety of interesting and exciting topics,
so that these are useful for all the UG and PG chemistry teachers of our country, irrespective of their specialization.
Let's have a look at the variety of the modules which have been developed with the help of leading experts from all over the country.
To begin with, we will have a special module as Chem News, which will bring the latest news to you from the world of chemistry.
The modules entitled Chem Talks will focus on the latest developments as well as new and emerging areas of chemistry.
In the Chem Safe Lab modules, we will focus on various measures to be taken to prevent accidents in our chemistry lab.
In the module on Chem Nobel laureates, this time we will be focusing on life and contributions of Ernest Rutherford.
Through the modules titled Chem Pedagogy, we will highlight on improving curriculum development and question paper setting.
You will all agree that there are many difficult topics in chemistry. In the modules entitled Chem Simplified, we will take some of these topics and explain them in a very simple. To commemorate 150th anniversary of periodic table in 2019, we have introduced in this course one module entitled Chem History.
Another interesting module of this online course is going to be Chem Industry, in which this time the focus will be on pharmaceutical industry and career options for our chemistry students.
In the CAM error module, we will explain the correct usage of the SI units.
There are going to be some other exciting modules as well, like CAM misconceptions, CAM applications, CAM ICT tools, and CAM Quest.
We request all the higher education chemistry teachers of the country to enroll in this online refresher course. At the end of the course, there will be a MCQ based test. And if you qualify it, you will be eligible for points as well as promotion under the career advancement scheme of the UGC.
But dear colleagues, more important than points or promotional requirements, let us self-learn on lifelong learning basis and take our education system to greater heights. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Anyway, so you see how professional development scenario is changing with technology. And another impact of ICT is on new pedagogical innovations. This is the new thing. You know, we all teach using talk and chalk method. This is advantageous, but it has some limitations, like it is a teacher-centric approach, mainly a monologue. You cannot explain many concepts in the class on the board. It presumes that all students learn in an identical fashion. You can't solve many problems in the class because of the paucity of time. And then it is slow and time consuming. And now with technology, new pedagogies have come. One is blended learning. Student learns from the class as well as online. So student is attending a class in the college, then also learns from online course. But another learning which is becoming very popular and which is said to be now the learning of the 21st century is flipped learning. You know, normally a teacher delivers a class in lecture and then gives some homework activities to the student. This is the normal traditional model. In the flipped model, it gets reversed. The teacher will give some video or online resource to the student to watch at home. And student will watch that, note down what is clear, note down what is not clear. And then next day in the class, they will discuss that video and go to higher order skills. You may ask why it is. You know, this explains it very well. I gave you this 6-level hierarchy. In the traditional model, remembering and understanding is done in the class by the teacher. And other 4 activities are left for outside the class. But in the flipped model, you can see remembering and understanding is done through a video which the teacher gives, and that is done outside the class. And the remaining 4 are discussed in the class along with other students and the teacher. So it helps them acquire higher order learning skills. And this is called flipped classroom model. You know, this was my article in the Times of India about flipped classroom. This came on 29th June. One can watch this. And, you know, please remember, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we are going to rob them of tomorrow. So we will have to change. We will have to change our methodology. We will have to change our teaching style. We are approaching the time when technology is needed in every classroom and in every student and teacher's hand, because it is going to be the pen and paper of our time. And it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. So please, in the 21st century, you will have to embrace technology and become tech savvy. Recently, government said that 230 universities can offer online degree courses. It's a good initiative, but then who will develop the courses? Who will ensure their quality? That's a big challenge. And then every university will have to have its own learning management system through which they will be able to offer it. So it's a big challenge. So ICT, please remember, if used creatively, can make a big difference in the way the teachers teach and the students learn. And this digital transformation is very essential for creating a holistic learning environment which focuses on quality, innovation, expansion, excellence, and inclusion. And all these come under sustainable development goals. So this is a step in that direction. And now the time has come when India needs to develop a virtual university of its own. Yes. And maybe the SWAYAM platform, on which there are 2,000 courses, can be the starting point. Another thing which is going to happen now is, please remember, roles of the teachers are going to change significantly. Normally we have these three roles: disseminate knowledge, create knowledge, academic administration, and management. But now with technology, you will have to become tech savvy, proficient in ICT skills. You may have to manage virtual classroom and discussion forum, because in the MOOC, student may be enrolled anywhere in the country in your discipline. If they have the question, who will answer them? You only. And then you should also be proficient in the development of e-content and MOOCs. UGC has already announced that those who develop e-content and MOOCs, they get API advantage. Another change which is going to happen, which I want to share with you, is preparation for education 4.0. India is very soon going to enter an era of education 4.0. Education 4.0 is total technology mediated education. In order to understand, please remember, we are presently in fourth industrial revolution. 3 industrial revolutions have already gone. This industrial revolution is based on artificial intelligence and many other digital technologies. So education 4 means you have to change the education system which aligns itself with the needs of industrial revolution 4. What type of people would be required as a result of industrial revolution? What should be their skill set? What are going to be the jobs of the future? So we have to prepare for them. So that is the purpose of education 4.0. This was my article in Times of India, Education Times. This came on 27th May this year, how education 4.0 is working for coming generation. You should read this article. These are going to be the technologies of future: artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, Internet of Things, gamification, etc. And now, one more thing which is going to happen is personalized learning. Artificial intelligence is going to be used for personalized learning. Personalized learning means a learning curriculum only for you, keeping in view your qualification, background, strengths, weaknesses, etc. And government has also launched a scheme. This is called the scheme of National Educational Alliance for Technology, NEET scheme. In this scheme, artificial intelligence is used to make learning more personalized and customized as per the requirements of the learners. This is a new scheme. So just imagine, because MOOCs, etc., they are still teacher-centric. Teacher is speaking. But this is a scheme which is going to be personalized. And maybe after 10, 20 years, there will be each student having his or her own curriculum. Because keeping in view there, for example, if one can always ask a question, I have to do BSc in 3 years. I am a very bright, I can work very hard and complete it in 2 years. Why do you make me sit for 3 years? Yes, logical question. Artificial intelligence is also coming in examination now. Just see, this is the future. Adaptive assessments, algorithms, exams will be at your doorsteps, digital invigilation, digital attendance. Yes, everything through technology. And look at this newspaper report which came recently. Exams may move to bedrooms, but invigilator would still be watching. There is an artificial intelligence proctor who will keep a watch on you, because there may be a tendency to do cheating while working from home, but then they will keep a watch. And image recognition will also ensure that the right person is giving the exam. So this is again another future. So, all this looks like a dream, but this is going to happen. And any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And now I will also come to one question which must be in your mind, that will technology replace teachers? Almost every teacher asks this question. Please remember, technology is not going to replace teachers. But the teachers who use technology will replace probably those who do not use it. The future is going to be of tech-savvy teachers. Those who are not tech-savvy, they will automatically get eliminated. In teaching profession, we may have teachers from the age of 25 to 65. Some are tech-savvy, some are not. So everybody will have to change for survival. Otherwise, please remember, technology cannot replace human mind. Technology is the creation of human mind. And if technology tries to replace human mind will come out with a better technology. So human mind will always be supreme. Technology can never equate human intelligence. Artificial intelligence also, who has developed? Human minds. So, and now the time has come. What is going to be the future? I'm telling you this something in maybe 5 years in advance. We will need to introduce digital curriculum in our education system with a focus on digital skills, competencies, and fluencies in all aspects of education, and supported by robust technology infrastructure. We teachers are now being trained, but we want that in future students, when they come out of the education system, they come out trained. So there should be digital curriculum from first year only. There should be a department of technology. There should be teachers who train in ICT. There should be studios where you do all these things, because these are the things of the future. One more thing, and even in leadership also, there is going to be a big change in higher education. Academic leaders. Role of a leader in a higher educational institution is very, very important. Without the appropriate leadership, the institution is like a ship without a rudder. Rudder is, which gives the direction, that piece of wood. Because the institution will become directionless and ultimately sink with all its passengers. So, and as I said earlier, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So please keep this in mind. A leader should know that everybody has gifts and talents. A good leader should know how to harness them towards the same goal. And you should also keep it in mind that everybody is different. Everybody is unique. So these are the things which a good leader should keep it in mind. And also that before you became a leader, success was all about growing yourself. But once you become a leader, success is all about growing others. You should take pleasure if your colleagues or if your staff grows. You should motivate them. You should encourage them. Because a person who feels appreciated will always do much more than what is expected. Do this. It is a psychological treatment. And the government felt that in our higher education institutions, universities, and all vice chancellors, directors, they may are not a very formal training is missing. So government has launched this LEAP scheme. LEAP scheme is Leadership for Academicians program. There are some conditions, but it is basically preparing future leaders. This is a 3-week training, 2-week domestic and 1-week foreign training. And they are preparing a panel, and maybe in future, vice chancellors and directors will ultimately be coming out of this system. And now I come to the last part. When I have told you so many things, I think I have given you the best possible overview of higher education, how things are changing. And this is what could have been possible in this much time. But then the question comes, this is nothing much to do with the title of the talk. How should you excel? Every teacher wants to excel. Every student wants to excel. So there is no hard and fast rule, but I'm sharing some of my tips, sharing some tips for you. What minimum a higher education faculty would need for success in the 21st century. I'll just share my experiences. You should have a very sound knowledge and clarity of concepts in your own discipline. In-depth understanding. You are from political science, you are from geography, you are from economics. Sound clarity. Without that, not much scope. Then you should be adept in the art of pedagogy, art of teaching. Many teachers are full of knowledge, but when the question comes of teaching, they are not able to do well. They are not able to present their ideas in a very systematic and logical manner. Then teachers should, all of you should develop this habit of creativity and out-of-box thinking. And you cannot become creative in one day. Actually, this is a serious drawback of our education system, as I pointed out. This needs to be nurtured from childhood. And for excellence in research, you need to have 4 C's, as I have written, 4 C's. Creativity, curiosity, commitment, and courage. These are required. Then, you should be excellent in communication and presentation skills. In teaching profession, these are the biggest asset for you. And now you should also become tech savvy, as I said. And for developing MOOCs or various courses, because after COVID, now you will start taking classes, you should be good in writing skills also. This is a serious drawback in our system. Many of the teachers speak every day, but once we ask them to write what they have done, it becomes difficult. And they are also not to be blamed. They have never been trained for that. And one more thing, you should have a proactive personality. Why I am saying this? All things go waste if you do not have the right personality. That can do wonders for you. By right personality means like this. For success, personality is like a battery, charges you, motivates you, right mindset. And proactive, I mean the one who prevents problem before they arise. That is the proactive mindset. Reactive is you react after the problem arises. So I want you to be proactive personality. You should have self-belief. Note down these points. These can change your life. Without self-belief, you cannot imagine anything. It's said that a bird sitting on a branch is never afraid of the branch breaking because her trust is not in that, but in her own wings. So this is important. And self-belief builds to self-confidence. Ego builds to arrogance. So this difference, you have to keep it in mind. Self-discipline is required. Self-discipline means self-control. Self-control means control over your thoughts. It is said that if you have mastery, or if you can do self-control, you can master anything. Then you should work hard sensibly. People are very hardworking, but without any action plan, without any real strategy, that's waste. So work hard sensibly, but with a plan, how you will approach. And growth mindset is very important, because life is ultimately as good as your mindset. Nothing disturbs us more than the load of thoughts in our mind. They keep on, our mind is always thinking something. So you try to control that and keep them down. I'll just show you half-minute video, which will tell you what I mean.
How heavy is this glass of water? Melissa, would you care to answer?
8 ounces.
12 ounces?
16 ounces.
The absolute weight of glass doesn't matter. Depends on how long I hold on to it. If I hold it for a minute, nothing happens. If I hold it for an hour, my arm will begin to ache. If I hold it all day long, my arm will feel numb and paralyzed. Well, the weight of the glass hasn't changed, but the longer I hold on to it, the heavier it becomes. The stresses and the worries of life are like this glass of water. If you think about them for a little while, there's no problem. Think about it for a little bit longer, it begins to hurt. You think about them all day long, and you'll feel paralyzed, incapable of doing anything. Always remember, put the glass down.
So I think then you learn from your failures. Failures come in everybody's life. Reverses come in everybody's life. As a matter of fact, many big people nowadays keep a failure resume on their web page, highlighting where they failed, and they keep on regularly reading it so that they don't make the mistake again. So failures can be used as a stepping stone to success. Then you also need to have a positive attitude. This is very important, very easy to say, but people don't have. And you overcome fear of failure. This can be a big stumbling block in your progress. Don't worry if you succeed well and good, otherwise it will be an experience for you. So overcome fear of failure. देखिए what is written, जब तक तुम डरते रहोगे तुम्हारी जिंदगी के फैसले कोई और लेता रहे. So overcome. Start it from today only. See, nobody told us these things when we were very, very young. I'm sharing with you my life's experience. And then these are the things you have to come out of the comfort zone. People say, oh, I'm getting good salary. My husband or wife have good salary. Children are well settled. Why should I do? So that's the end of your growth. Come out. As you will come out of the comfort zone, you will grow. Anger, control your anger. Everybody gets angry. But what do you do with the anger? That's the main point. Sometimes out of anger, you say such words which can scare a person for life. So be very careful. It is said that when you are angry, count up to 10 before you speak. And if you are very, very angry, count up to 100. Yes, it will change your mindset. Worries. No, we all get worried, no doubt. But please, psychological treatment says worry is a misuse of imagination. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. If you have done your best, worrying won't make it better. That's all, simple. And one day in life, you will realize that you worried so much about many things which don't matter at all. That realization will come to you. And then arrogance you have to avoid. Don't let success go into your head. There are many, many big people. We are nothing. And you know, there is a very good quote. कभी किसी चीज का घमंड आ जाए तो शमशान का एक चक्कर लगा आना, तुमसे बेहतरीन लोग वहां राख बने पड़े हैं. Just keep low profile. Remember that you are dust and to dust you shall return. Don't forget this. These are the realities. And this one more thing which I added was learn to say no and choose your words carefully. You know, please learn the art of saying no. Don't lie. Don't make excuses. Don't over-explain. Simply decline. You can be a good person with a very kind heart and still say no. You don't have to be a bad person for saying no. Just okay. And please choose your words carefully. You are the master of your unspoken words, but the slave of your spoken words. Especially people at the top position, they should be very careful in this. And the last thing is manage your time well. This is the secret. Everybody in life, nature is so kind. Everybody gets 24 hours a day. Just, very just. How you manage, therein lies the secret to your success. Please remember that today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Time management, people say is life management. And I think it is true. This is a Amitabh Bachchan's quote. कल खो दिया आज के लिए, आज खो दिया कल के लिए, कभी जी ना सके हम आज के लिए, बीत रही है जिंदगी कल आज और कल के लिए. That is how people pass the time. Don't live in the moment. No, this was a small quote which tells what time does to everybody. Just have a look at it.
समय की धारा में, समय की धारा में उम्र बह जानी है, जो घड़ी जिएंगे, जो घड़ी जिएंगे वही रह जानी है.
So you can very well see, खूबसूरत चेहरा भी बूढ़ा हो जाता है, ताकतवर जिस्म भी एक दिन ढल जाता है, खुदा और पद भी एक दिन खत्म हो जाता है, लेकिन एक अच्छा इंसान हमेशा अच्छा ही रहता है. Be a good person, but don't waste time to prove it. Keep that in mind. What I want to say is, at the end of the day, your biggest competition is you only. That's all. You win over yourself, world will be at your feet. So do it, start doing it. It's never too late. This is a beautiful quote. स्वर्ग भी तू है, नर्क भी तू है, इन दोनों का फर्क भी तू है. जिंदगी छोटी नहीं होती है, लोग जीना ही देरी से शुरू करते हैं. जब तक रास्ते समझ में आते हैं, तब तक लौटने का वक्त हो जाता है. This will happen with everybody. Don't think it will not happen to me or not to that. So see the merit in all that.
सुनो गजर क्या गाए, समय गुजरता जाए, और जिन वाले भोर भोले भाले सोना ना, होना ना. सुनो गजर क्या गाए, समय गुजरता जाए.
जीवन कहीं भी ठहरता नहीं है, जीवन कहीं भी ठहरता नहीं है, आधी से तूफान से डरता नहीं है. तू न चलेगा तो चलते भी राहें, तू न चलेगा तो चलते भी राहें, मंजिल को तरसेंगी तेरी निगाहें, तुझको चलना होगा, तुझको चलना.
Anyway, this is about our MOOCs in the Times of India. Again, in Times of India, this is about National Resource Center of India report. This is about national. This is my article about SWAM platform in Education Times. This is my editorial on e-learning, Times of India. This is in Times of India about end of talk and chalk regime. This is in Hindustan Times about our UGC books. This is another my article in Education Times on why the Indian education system must focus on innovating its teaching approach. This is a recent article, my article about ICT creatively in higher education. This is in Hindustan Times about chemistry because that is my discipline. This is a recent article in Science Reporter written for young students, ICT for quality education in India. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure talking to you. And I am giving my email ID and cell phone. Please remain in touch. Give me your feedback. And always please remain in touch. What I wanted to tell you was in this talk, an entirely overview of how higher education is going to be. And in such a scenario, how can you excel? It's very unfortunate that in our system, we do not focus as much on personality building as on other things. And you know, it is said that realization comes to everybody in one's life. But generally, by the time realization comes, it's too late. Let's hope it doesn't happen with you. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your influential message. It has widened our perspective. We are captivated by your interactive presentation. So very true that you said the process of teaching, learning, not just about getting answer, but asking right question. Sir, your emphasis on creativity among learners is very pertinent in present scenario. Really an amazing speech. Gagar mein sagar. Like, thank you, sir, for sharing your great knowledge with us. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, dear participants, we rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of great personality. We are very fortunate to have a personality who is an example of women empowerment, strong leadership, and who is making continuous effort to spread science education among the youth. Of course, it will be my pleasure and privilege to invite Dr. Garima Gupta, Scientist E, and Program Officer of DBT Star College Scheme for visionary words and blessings. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you for your kind words. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes,
so it's indeed an honor to be able to join this e-conference that has been organized by your college, especially to be a part of the inaugural session where doyens like Professor Bakshi gave the memorable lecture, which I think I will also cherish for the rest of my life because it is so relevant in today's times. Another thing which I would use this platform to convey is that your college has a big responsibility now. With Star College grant, it becomes imperative that your faculty takes upon yourself to motivate other colleges in the vicinity to apply for Star College scheme and be successful in their endeavor. Why I am saying this is because of multiple reasons. A, I also happen to be the program officer for state coordination, that is Uttar Pradesh. It happens to be remotely my hometown, though I was not born and brought up in Uttar Pradesh, but of course, paternally, I'm linked to the state. And also to a very disturbing fact that till last year, we had only one college that was under Star College scheme of DBT, and that was that was in Banaras, UP College. So after that, we have suddenly seen a spike in Uttar Pradesh, and but still in your state, you are the only people who are leading the bandwagon. There are ample opportunities for development of science and technology, for empowerment of women, for sustainable development. But I feel that there is somewhere lack of awareness. Our scheme has been in the pipeline for the past decade, but sadly, none of the colleges took upon themselves to write a grant and apply for this kind of funding mechanism. Now that you have started it, and very proud to say that it's a girls' college, I feel special soft corner for this. We are now under pressure to make it multiply in the state, specifically in Allahabad. And I am all there as a support in whatever way you require to spread this forward. We can have this now because the times are such that these things can be done only through webinars and e-conferences. It is really heartening to see that on a Sunday morning, we began at 11 and there are around 43 participants, which shows the high degree of commitment among the faculties who have been able to gather and harness this kind of support in the college. It's commendable, it's truly commendable. Besides my association with the undergraduate education in the form of star colleges, I would also like to inform that we are handling a major program on the creation of research, resource, and service platforms across the country. Maybe in times to come, you would like to create a major resource in your college, and then you would like to really go to the DBT website and look for the details. There are two different portals. One is under the name of Sehaj. Sehaj, as the name implies, it is to enable the researchers across the country so that they can get access to whatever DBT has created in the form of high-end equipments, NMRs, spectroscopies, LCMS, electron microscopes across the country. And even if you don't have a funding mechanism, we are providing the support up to 10 lakhs to those researchers who can plan their proposals in such a manner and get their samples analyzed from those facilities. The other part of my program is called Builder, which is specifically for strengthening the postgraduate departments in the country. So this is a piece of information which I thought I would like to share with all of you. And this is going to come very useful in the times to come, as we are all seeing that with the major stress, as Professor Bakshi again and again said, that the stress is on higher education. All these things would be a kind of enabler. They will provide a conducive environment for strengthening the higher education in the country. I am sorry about the video. I think there is some problem. If I keep it on for longer, the system starts crumbling at my end. Yeah, I also wanted to say that the times, as has been pointed out, that these times, more specifically, COVID-19, this is a kind of pandemic which I think nobody had ever anticipated that we would be having to face in our lifetime. But with this, we see that the country which was under complete lockdown for nearly 2 months, which has really affected every sector and impacted the growth, the spread has now stretched many folds and the economy is struggling to get a proper foothold. From the government side, I would say that regarding the fight against COVID, our government is going all out to help the country come out of this situation. Our department, the Department of Biotechnology, along with ICMR, has been given the mandate by the Government of India to lead the country in development of COVID-19 vaccine. All of you must be keeping yourself updated about the development of this because it is the most critical thing in today's scenario. Several major pharmaceutical companies across the country are presently being supported by us to achieve this goal. The department has been supporting various major projects across every state through the funding arms, and it has developed a chain of mini lab in almost every major institution as well. It's very important to point out that an equipment which we had been used to listening in our research days, RT-PCR, it has been funded strategically and in many research projects that is now being utilized to increase the testing rate. These are some of the enabling mechanisms which we have done in our own small ways. And this has really helped in increasing the daily testing many folds. ILS Bhubaneswar is one such example. If you would just scroll through the news headlines, it is a DBT institute and it is doing wonderfully well in testing the COVID cases in the state. Likewise, there are other institutes which are involved in testing as well as development of the vaccine. Also, our department has invested in development of various biotech parks. Maybe you would have heard of Lucknow Biotech Park. This is one example. It has been developed in various states, and these facilities are again open to all government and non-government organizations who are welcome to come forward and set up their manufacturing units pertaining to pharmaceutical, R&D, even medical testing facilities, etc. And this will again strengthen the department efforts for a long time future. I won't take much of your time, but I would really want to make this point that the department is committed to achieve the Honorable Prime Minister's motto of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for all, the relevant steps are now being taken. With this, I would like to end my talk. It's a very brief one because I know that having listened to Professor Bakshi, we are still in the, you can say, hangover of all the e-learning plus his e-philosophy. It was really a moving thing to be a part of this inaugural session. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me on board.
Thank you, ma'am. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence. Ma'am, your inspiring mentorship, really a blessing for us. Certainly, your address goes a long way in inspiring us to strive hard and achieve more. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Archana Jyoti, Coordinator Star College Scheme of DBT of SS Khanna Girls Degree College, to kindly propose formal vote of thanks.
Hello,
yes,
am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that all of you are safe in this difficult time of COVID-19. When we face difficult times, we should always remember that challenges are sent to strengthen us. So let's welcome the challenges and look for the opportunities in every situation to learn and grow in wisdom. It is a great privilege for me to express warm and sincere thanks on behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor A.K. Bakshi for gracing today's conference and delivering the keynote address. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting, guiding and thought-provoking address. It was indeed very insightful. I am sure that all of us have taken note of your suggestions, especially use of ICT to improve the quality of quality of We are glad to be a part of this scheme and will surely utilize this golden opportunity provided by DBT to enrich our students. We are especially pleased to have Dr. Garima Gupta, Program Officer of Star College Scheme here. Ma'am, Your support and able guidance will help us to give our best and disseminate knowledge. Ma'am, we are very much thankful to you for your gracious presence and motivating words. In this conference, a number of distinguished speakers will deliver lectures on various topics. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Success of the conference depends on the efforts of many people. We would like to thank Conference Advisory Committee, whose members have shared valuable insights which have finally shaped this conference. I would also like to thank Dr. Asha Seth, the chairperson of governing body of SS Khanna Girls Degree College, for being a moral support for us. I also wish to express my gratitude to our principal, Professor Lalima Singh, who has always been a source of motivation for us. This gathering brings together about more than 250 participants from various countries, and I hope that this conference will enlighten us and open our minds to harness some unseen opportunities in the best possible way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Jyoti Badger to proceed further. Jyoti, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuradha. I would like to share with our guests and all the faculty members and the participants that today in this e-conference, we will be having 16 technical sessions, out of which 12 technical sessions we have invited speakers from across India and abroad. And 4 technical sessions, we'll be having paper presentations from research scholars and faculty members, both at the international level and the national level also. In an hour from now, we'll begin with the first technical session, that is on educational sustainability. And we have our invited speaker, Dr. Sunaina Guman from Australia, who would be joining us at 2 p.m. And I request all of you to join us back on 2 p.m. But before we disperse, I request our speakers, our keynote speaker, Professor Bakshi sir, Professor Garima Gupta ma'am, and all those who are participating with us to switch on their videos, switch off their mute, put themselves on mute, switch on their videos for a group photograph. So thank you all. We come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. We come to the end of the inaugural session, and we would be again meeting at 2 p.m. for the first technical session. Thank you all. Thank you, Bakshi sir. Thank you, Garima Gupta ma'am. And we hope to see you through our sessions also. We invite you to be there because you will be a source of inspiration for us to keep moving. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you all the participants who have joined with us right now.
Hello.
A very good afternoon to one and all in the technical session of the e-conference, International e-conference. This particular technical session is on educational sustainability issues. We are delighted to have amongst us as the chairman of the session, Professor Dhananjay Yadav, who is currently the head of the Department of Education, University of Allahabad, with specialization in the areas of philosophy of education, educational management and evaluation, ICT in education, and development of MOOCs. With teaching experience of more than 24 years, Sir has successfully completed many UGC-funded projects like SAP, DRS, on the issues, on the use and effectiveness of ICT in education. He is member to many prestigious government educational bodies like NCTE, NIOS, UGC, and member board of studies and faculty board to many universities in Uttar Pradesh. I accord a welcome to you, sir, amongst us as the chairperson of this session. And as the invited speaker in this session, we have Dr. Sunena Guan from Sydney, Australia. Sir, now I hand over the proceedings to you to chair the session and begin.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Sir, unmute yourself.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. First of all, very good afternoon to each and everyone present in this forum. And I am highly thankful to SS Khanna Degree College for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to chair this first technical session of International E-Conference, Sustainability Challenges and Transforming Opportunities amidst COVID-19. And the first technical session is on education and education as a means to the creation of a resilient society. This is the topic on which the learned speaker is going to present her views. And it is my privilege that I have been assigned to welcome the learned speaker of this session, Dr. Sunena Guban. She is Deputy Head School of Business and Excelsior College, Sydney, Australia. She has an experience in academics and research of more than 21 years. She worked in different teaching institutions in Australia, Western Sydney University, Federal University, Curtin University, Sydney campus. She has expertise in team leadership, curriculum development, and designing. I heartily welcome you. Madam, you have been the director of AIBC internship program for international students at Sydney. She has an expertise in team leadership, curriculum development, and designing. The focus of research includes diversity and inclusion, cross-cultural management, leadership and emotional labor. And she has earned a number of prestigious awards and honors throughout her academic career. She has contributed too much in the field of academics, and she has done very prestigious projects, and it is indeed a great moment to us. And I came to know that she is an alumni of University of Allahabad. Therefore, it is indeed a proud moment for me, because as an alma mater, we heartily welcome you, and you are earning a name for yourself and also for the name of University of Allahabad. And she has been deep roots in the city of Sangam. Therefore, from Allahabad, Prayagraj itself, and from the University of Allahabad, Department of Education, and on behalf of the organizer, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, I heartily welcome you. I think the deliberations being made by you in the area of education as a means of creation of a resilient society will enrich the audience, and the deliverance made by you will also be full to you and to us as well. I thank you, I invite you, and I, without taking much time, I hand over responsibility of on the presentation directly to Dr. Anna Govan. It is indeed a moment for me to welcome you on this forum. Madam, please, if you could start your presentation.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Dr. Dhananjay Yadav, for the introduction. Yes, thank you, Dr. Dhananjay Yadav, for the introduction. And I'm very happy to be here. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to share my screen. So I can't see my computer screen, so I cannot share it.
I think there is a share button at the bottom.
Yeah, it says one participant can share at a time. I'm trying to share it, but I'm not able to.
Dr. Jyoti Bajal? Dr. Jyoti?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm helping out.
Please
Yes,
help her.
Sunena ma'am. We have given you the share option, ma'am.
Yeah, but it's not the same share option which usually exists. So I'm unable to see my files. It also says one participant can share at a time. So I think if you stop sharing, probably I can share.
I'll provide you. I'll give you the co-host button, ma'am. You've given.
Ma'am, I think you are sharing the brochure. So please kindly withdraw the brochure.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen now. So, Sunena ma'am, we are sharing your PPT from our side.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fine. It is visible now.
Okay, so is it being shared now? Can I begin?
Sunena ma'am, yes ma'am, you can begin.
Yes,
We have shared your PPT from our end. So,
Okay,
ma'am,
so
you can begin.
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bajal. I'll let you know when we need to turn the slide.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, a very good evening from Sydney, Australia. At the moment here, it's about 6:45, actually it's 6:40. And it is a tremendous honor to be here today. And I would like to thank SS Khanna Girls Degree College for inviting me to present during this international conference on education as a means to the creation of a resilient society. We are at a stage where we need to provide solutions to the issues and problems facing us today. Now, essentially focusing on the cradle to cradle approach is of prime importance. Education providers and businesses should become active agents in solving real life problems by concentrating efforts in building teams of different fields. Initiatives can be made by students to become change agents. And that is why I was so happy when I was asked to deliver this presentation. Having worked with students for the past 20 years, I know that they can make very active change agents if called upon to do so. And therefore, I feel that they can make a huge impact on sustainability, especially during these very challenging times when we are facing the problem of COVID. Now, it begins with thinking on how they can contribute to the community. And today I would like to share with you on how our students in the tertiary education sector can actually help the community, the countries, and the world. A university student can play a very big role in promoting sustainability. Now, the United Nations has many programs that aim to create a more sustainable world. And we have such learned educators here today. I was looking at the participants, and I'm sure you're aware of the many different programs offered by the United Nations. And one program I would like to really focus on, which is of interest to universities, colleges, and students, is the PRME program. So the first is the Principles of Responsible Management Education Program, or PRME, which was launched in 2007 and has been endorsed by over 800 business colleges. Now it equips business students with the understanding and ability to deliver change for tomorrow. Now, educational institutions, and I'm sure all of us will agree with it, are among the most influential actors in the world as they shape the skills and mindset of future leaders. PRME's mission is to transform management education and develop the responsible decision makers of tomorrow to advance sustainable development. The PRME Innovation Challenge, which I'm sure is going to interest a lot of you, is part of the PRME Sustainable Development Goals Student Engagement Platform and brings together teams of interdisciplinary students from the signatories to work with a company partner to build sustainable business solutions which address the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The program aims to connect companies with the next generation innovators and entrepreneurs. The participating companies will define a challenge specific to their business, and a team of students will develop a solution to that particular challenge. Now, this student engagement opportunity provides companies with an additional set of ideas to support their SDG solutions while giving students the opportunity to gain insight into the process of corporate innovation. Now, what does this do for tertiary education students? Well, it allows them to put knowledge into practice while addressing the sustainable development goals. Students will also gain experience in top tier companies and expand their social and professional network. So, how good is that? And students work virtually with companies with the possibility of site visits as well. So, this is something to keep in mind, especially when we're focusing a lot on virtual education. The PRME offers the opportunity for students to actually work, from a virtual setting. For example, one company for this year is the Manitou Group, which has decided to focus on corporate social responsibility. And a lot of the blue chip companies, as well as the large companies nowadays, are focusing a lot on sustainability, and their sustainability reports and their corporate social responsibility reports, which they put on the website and the internet, address this. And therefore, it is an opportunity to be a part of a huge global transformation. The PRME challenge is to identify, and this is done by students, what are the innovative solutions for sustainable transformation. Students have the opportunity to gain insight into the process of corporate innovation while providing ideas to the company to address the sustainable development goals. Other programs by the United Nations, other than the PRME, are the United Nations Global Compact. And once again, that's a program which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with. And of course, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the United Nations Global Compact works with businesses to transform our world, and it aims at creating a sustainable and inclusive global economy that delivers long lasting benefits to all people, communities, and markets. And that is something which we really need to focus on nowadays. So I think the pandemic has given us a wake up call that we cannot have business as usual. And now, what we need to focus on is how to involve and engage our students and develop a partnership with businesses and lead to a very good sustainability program. Okay, now to provide an overview of Dr. Bajal, can we go back to the previous slide? I'll let you know when to turn the slide. No, one slide ahead. The previous one. Yes, thank you. No, yeah. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Okay, so the purpose of my presentation, now I'll give you an overview of my presentation. I just wanted to introduce the PRME program because the focus of my presentation today is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So to give you an overview, the purpose of my presentation is to provide general tools and guidance on how the tertiary education sector can play a critical role in achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, thanks to the efforts of the PRME, or Principles of Responsible Management and Education, and organizations such as the Australasian Campuses Towards Sustainability, UNESCO, and Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education, the university sector is coming on board with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, today's presentation is structured around discussing why the SDGs matter to universities and colleges and how they can contribute to the SDGs with the help of, first of all, I'd like to talk about teaching, then I'll talk about research, And finally, organizational governance and leadership. And after that, I'll conclude and we can have a look at the references as well. Thank you. So if we go to the next slide, in 2012, at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio de Janeiro, we were asking whether the world can become a better place and whether we could end hunger and poverty and put a halt to climate change by 2030. The answer then, now I'm talking about 2019, when we had no idea of what we're going to face in 2020. So the answer then was probably yes, we can. However, today, the world we are living in during the pandemic is a totally different place. Sustainable development has been defined as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. This definition is as per the Brundtland Commission's conference, which was held in 1987. Now, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals were developed, and they are what we as humanity want to be. Of the 17 different goals, there are 169 targets. Now, all of these 17 goals fit into the triple bottom line approach. So we're looking at the three pillars of sustainability, which are environment, society, and the economy. And they highlight the basic needs of humans throughout the world. So that is the beauty of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, to aim to create a better world. They were launched and adopted in September 2015 by all 193 United Nations member states. The aim was to fundamentally transform the planet. They are a universal agenda, and the aim is to leave no one behind. It is an ambitious plan for people, planet, and prosperity. Now, the SDGs, so I'd like to talk more about the SDGs. They cover a wide range of triple bottom line or socioeconomic and environmental challenges. And therefore, addressing them will require a transformation in how we as individuals interact with the planet. Hence, they have a strong and powerful relevance, as we could say, to tertiary education, which can help disseminate the information provided by the SDGs. Therefore, our aim should be to create universities and colleges which can play a very important role of providing students with knowledge of the SDGs and mobilize them for sustainable development research. Now, universities and colleges such as SS Khanna Girls Degree College, by organizing this conference on sustainability challenges and transforming opportunities amidst COVID-19, can make a very important contribution to the achievement of the 17 SDGs. Now, the tertiary education sector, as I said before, can also initiate cross-sectoral dialogue. So this is something we really need to think about for national implementation. For this, they must play a leading role, and universities and colleges should champion the cause of sustainable development. And how? Well, through their current actions. Although we have seen cuts in carbon emission, which I would say is the good side of the pandemic, the recession which we're facing is severe, and the most vulnerable have been impacted because, well, largely due to the loss of income, and the unemployment rate nowadays is very high throughout the world. Devastating health impacts have occurred, and that too throughout the world. School and university closures have taken place, and remote learning, unfortunately, is not accessible to so many people across the world. There have been spikes in domestic violence because of the vulnerable, you could say, way in which women exist. Billions of people lack hand washing facilities, and that is very unfortunate as well. There has been an increasing demand in electricity because a lot of people are now working from home. Well, the downside also includes the fact that unemployment is high. International supply chains are in turmoil. They have been impacted to a very large extent. The homeless population has increased, and there is a high risk of exposure to the pandemic. Okay, going to the next slide. I would like to talk more about the role of education. And the education sector drives societal and technological progress. Through what? Through education, but most importantly, through research and discovery, and thereby plays an important role in national innovation. So, see, this is such a good opportunity for educational providers to partner with the government. And it also has curious students and academics with professional skills and capabilities. These very students will create future leaders and entrepreneurs, as well as build knowledge within the communities. They can guide the local and national governments by advocating the importance of the SDGs through cross sectoral dialogues. By providing SDG related education, the institutions can create graduates who can build the country's sustainability agenda. And partnerships can be built between the government, industries, the community, along with the education sector, leading to a lot of collaboration and innovation. So, how can we embed the SDGs into the curriculum? I would like to talk more about that. So, if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, we're going to focus on first the role of teaching and its relationship with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Quality education can lead to sustainable development benefits for countries, and that is an undeniable fact. SDGs target equal access to education for both men and women, so the aim was by 2030, these targets will be met. And the aim is to ensure that learners acquire knowledge to promote sustainable development. Quality education can lead to improved development of countries and better access to employment, resilience to disasters, and more engaged citizens. Education empowers and mobilizes young people and also creates critical thinking, systems thinking skills, as well as entrepreneurship and social responsibility. Education providers should integrate the SDGs in their courses and provide training to all the course content developers as well as teachers. Courses can be built around real world collaborative projects, leading to the triple bottom line challenges in the country or internationally. Now, in such courses, students investigate relevant theories and apply suitable research methods to determine appropriate business practices. The main aim is to recognize the interdependence of society, the environment, and the economy. So, this is essentially the bullseye model as opposed to the Mickey Mouse model. So, we're embedding economy within society and within the environment, and we're essentially saying that we cannot separate the three. So, this explains sustainability and recognizes ethical decision making at the same time and appreciates the different perspectives of the role of business in society today and engage with systems thinking and complexity. Now, young people are very creative, they are optimistic, and they want to make meaningful global contributions. Universities and colleges can provide an opportunity for young people to be heard by organizing things such as students' leadership programs, study tours can be organized, as well as innovation challenges can be given to the students. They can encourage students to set up a club which will organize events, campaigns, and even projects. So, the whole idea behind this is to get students excited about the concept of sustainable development and also sustainable consumption. Now, to prepare students for jobs of the future, the colleges and universities can form links with businesses and the industry and cater to skills requirements. This will help developing countries to address their sustainability challenges. Now, the next thing to do, and I think this is quite important, and I heard this in the inaugural speech as well, that we really need to focus on research. And India, as a developing country, should also be focusing to a great extent on research and publications. And therefore, it is a splendid opportunity now to direct our research towards sustainability, especially during these very challenging times. So, education providers, through their research activities, can help overcome the social, economic, and environmental challenges that may transform the way we interact with the planet today. With international cooperation, they can use the technology, encourage innovation, and identify the best solution to sustainable development challenges. Now, research in physical and social sciences, as well as engineering and humanities, not to forget humanities, it is so important, is fundamental in shaping the global sustainable development agenda. Fundamental empirical research can fill the gaps in our knowledge, and applied or pragmatic research can help solve sustainable development goal challenges. Universities can actually become hubs of innovation to support businesses such as startup companies that provide services for sustainable development. There should be collaborative relationships between industry, government, communities, private sector, and non government organizations, which can play a lead role in policy development for sustainable practices and community learning programs. This can invite funding for research by the government as well as facilitate knowledge exchange with communities and countries. Now, the third aspect I would like to focus on, not to say it's not the least important, it is the culture of the education provider or the university or the college. By acting in a responsible manner, colleges and universities can make significant contributions to achievement of the SDGs. Universities are major players. They are consumers, they are investors and employers. Some ways in which they can have a big influence on corporate social responsibility and sustainable campus activities are the following. So I'd like to share a few ideas with you. For example, they can provide support structures for students living in poverty. For example, a scholarship. They can provide nutritious food choices on campus, offer fresh food markets on campus, and recycle waste. Well-being programs for staff and students can be organized, along with, for example, a no smoking policy on campus, supporting people with disabilities, providing child care facilities on campus, closing the gender pay gap, provide free drinking water for staff and students, focusing on renewable energy production, installing water harvesting systems, safe disposal of hazardous waste, and engaging staff and students in sustainable campus activities. Thereby, education providers can scale up and deliver sustainable solutions to global challenges. By providing a safe and green campus, organizing interfaith activities, and affordable on campus and university supported housing, universities can commit to sustainable development practices. Now, the last, you could say, important contribution I would like to talk about is leadership. So, what is the key? Well, the key is a very trendy word which is taking place nowadays, which is servant leadership or stewardship. So, university leadership is very important for sustainable development. The future of our planet lies in mobilization of all sectors and collaboration of government, the United Nations, civil society, businesses, and the academic community. Universities and colleges can provide leadership on SDG implementation. They have expertise in research, are trusted by people, and many universities and colleges throughout the world have significant prominence. Therefore, they can initiate cross sectoral dialogue and play a lead role in policy development on SDG implementation. This may involve raising awareness through public lectures, organizing workshops, speaking with industry partners to understand what is being done for sustainable development, and getting issues onto the political agenda. Now, if we go to the next slide, in conclusion, it would be correct for me to say that tertiary education providers should play a leading role in the achievement of sustainable development goals. Workshops can be organized to help develop a basic understanding of the SDGs. It is important to understand what the SDGs are and how to respond to them. Now, the aim, and all of us would definitely agree on this, is to fight poverty. Most importantly, to protect the environment and address climate change, as well as focus on prosperity and peace. Universities and colleges can provide educational opportunities for students to gain skills that will help promote sustainable development. Policymakers can be advised to ascertain the best pathways for achieving the sustainable development goals. For example, students have committed to volunteering for communities, reducing wastage of food, focusing on sustainable consumption, and even doing a doctorate in sustainable development. Subjects can be developed which will help understand the role of businesses in addressing social issues and in eradicating poverty. Sustainability content can be included in all our subjects, all our courses, and conferences like this one can be held to exchange learning and develop shared research opportunities. Awards such as Excellence in Sustainability is an example of recognition of work done, and it also encourages staff and students to contribute to sustainability. COVID-19 has unleashed a tsunami of human suffering. An achievement of the SDGs today looks very bleak. There has been a tremendous amount of loss of lives and deepening poverty and hunger. Global GDP has contracted sharply and will continue to contract as time goes by. And millions can be pushed into extreme poverty. 10 million of the world's children could face malnutrition, and the number of people facing acute food insecurity could double. The pandemic is likely to affect the SDG progress. We are facing lost livelihoods and virtual teaching, as well as stress and increased burden of care work. Although the outcomes are dire, we can avert them by making some change today. Education providers can help educate the public as well as reskill the workforce to support recovery from the crisis. So, a number of short learning programs can be offered to help develop vocational skills among students. The SDGs are a great way for education providers to build their public profile and to provide leadership. Partnership with the government and research, as well as action to address the issues, is of prime importance. The crisis has shown us that it is important for education providers to solve societal problems and help facilitate collaborative initiatives to aid with response and recovery. The SDGs promote a culture of co design and collaboration between the various partners, as I said before, governments, industry, universities, and communities to tackle the challenges. They promote innovation for public good. Therefore, I'm going to conclude my talk by saying that we as educators should commit to nurturing and supporting future leaders who will create a better world. We should encourage our students to share a commitment to common values, including care for the planet, ethical business practices, and social responsibility. Thank you.
With, thank you, ma'am. With due permission from the chair, Professor Yadav, sir, can we put up the questions now? Professor Yadav, sir,
Yes,
with
you
your
can
due
start.
permission.
Yes, madam, you can.
Yes,
Please
sir.
start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I request Dr. Rahman, sir, to put up the questions on behalf of the participants. Rahman, sir.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, one question is from Aisa Dev. Question is, sustainability in education needs a major trust. For equality, rural areas should be the epicenter. Hello.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Question is, sustainability in education needs a major trust. Okay, so
Yes.
so equality for equality, rural areas should be the epicenter.
Should rural areas be the epicenter?
Yeah, yeah.
The epicenter for sustainable practices?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, for such practice.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely, I agree. So, in countries where you have a lot of urban society, but at the same time, you have a number of people living in villages and the rural areas, we often find that the rural areas are neglected. And I completely agree with you that there should be a focus on equity and equality. And that is probably where the role of the partners comes in handy. For example, the government, along with the education providers, they can always make sure that communities are educated. So, one thing could be involving the rural areas in education programs. There can be mobile vans which can take students to these rural areas and educate them. I mean, if we look at India, it is so rich in agricultural resources. Farmers always look for opportunities to have sustainable growth in their crops, and and to think of it this way, the rural areas are already doing their bit for the community. For example, they still do not use microwaves, they're still not dependent on dishwashers and technology or on mobile phones. So they are already doing a tremendous, benefit to the country by focusing a lot on solar energy and focusing on a very natural lifestyle. So I think it's a two-way learning process. Not only can we educate them and make them aware of hygiene and diseases, as well as encourage gender equality in education and probably provide free education to children going to primary school, but I think it's also a very good opportunity for our urban students to learn from villages and rural areas, because they already are living in a very sustainable lifestyle, as we can say. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. One more question from my side. I want to take a suggestion from you that the how we can improve the educational system during this COVID period in developing cities such as this in Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. How we can improve the education system because all colleges are closed, universities are closed. Then can you suggest how we can improve the system of education?
So when you say improve the system of education, I'd like to know from what point of view are you referring to?
And
Improve.
means there is no classes, no schools, no university open. So all our classes are running online system. So, but not any every student can reach to the place for online system. So can you suggest any other method so that we can improve this?
Um, I know that technology is a key word ever since we have faced the pandemic. And I also know that unfortunately, we assume that a lot of our students have access to laptops and technology at home and they can participate in Zoom lectures and meetings. I do understand that that is a probable assumption from our end, and that may not be the case. Well, the only way of communicating with students, unfortunately, right now is via technology. Gone are the days where we rely on snail mail. We could print out stuff and we could post it, and then wait for it to reach the student. But again, that raises a question mark, which is we are not being sustainable if we're doing that. We are cutting down trees and we're focusing on paper. So that is not an option as well. So unfortunately, the only option nowadays is our huge reliance on technology. And once again, I would say, like what I do as a lecturer or as an academic, I reach out to students. So if my work time is, say, if I have a lecture of 3 hours, but I know that a student is unable to log in, they are having internet issues or problems, I would make it a very important duty from my end as a duty of care to call the students. What's stopping me from calling a student? Organizing a telephone conference that can be done. I think at the end of the day, it depends on us as academics, whether we're going to whether we are willing to go that extra mile. Are we Telephones are something which are easily available. Students have access to that. So I would probably call up, if visits are not allowed, personal visits are not allowed, we can organize telephone conferences. So there's not always a reliance on web technology, as we could say. But the main message right now is to assist. People are facing a lot of hardship. So if I say that to a student, you're not understanding this lecture, you're not understanding the assignment, you will fail. I think that's being pretty harsh on the student nowadays. The main thing is to help them understand and get an agreement. Have you understood? We are here to help you. It should not be a punitive measure of punishment. It should be a measure of we are going to assist you and try and help you do the best. So whether it would be a take home exam instead of, give them an ample amount of time, we can give them 1 week to work on that exam. Why should we make them do an exam on a 3 hour setting on the computer when they don't have electricity at home? So we can adjust. We'll have to adjust the way we run our exams, adjust the way we run our assessments, probably give them extensions. But the main thing is active listening. We need to listen to their troubles and problems. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more question from Suman Gupta. She wishes to know that is sustainability possible in profit-based system as economic in education system?
Absolutely. And if you look at the PRME program, which I spoke about in detail, that is where businesses are being targeted by universities and colleges. And I also said that business as usual is not an option. So I'll give you some examples. For example, emission reduction through initiatives like the carbon tax, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, focusing on biodiversity, and also focusing on green energy, having sustainable buildings, lean manufacturing, so focusing on things such as Six Sigma or Muda is now becoming the norm. A lot of organizations are focusing on biomimicry, which means that they're copying from nature. I'll give you an example of a very popular organization. It's called Interface Carpets. It was started as a regular carpet organization many years ago by an entrepreneur in the US. And he earned millions of dollars in that carpet business till one day he got a wake up call because customers started questioning him, what are you doing for sustainability? So what he did was he sent a team out to the forest and he said, you learn something from nature and come back. So what they learned from nature is that in a forest, there is no waste. So if humans don't go to that forest, there is no waste. Everything biodegrades. So whether it's leaves on the floor or animals, the death of one is food or fodder for the other. So that is circular loop manufacturing. So he brought that into his organization. So there is elimination of waste. There is no waste. So all the old carpets, fishermen's nets, including, are once again recycled into new carpets. So that is circular loop. And he has been able to successfully achieve that in his organization and 100% reliance on green energy. So private sectors actually, with the amount of money they earn, are the ones who should set an example to the world that you can earn money by being sustainable. And they will in turn earn more profits. They will become more profitable because if you look at investment, ethical investors are attracting a huge amount of attention nowadays from the investors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question I wish to put up on behalf of the faculty of our institution. Ma'am, you emphasized that research should be emphasized more nowadays, as was also emphasized during the inaugural session. So I would ask you to suggest ways to get into collaborations with the institutions abroad. What are the ways with that institutions like ours get into collaborations with international institutions?
There are various ways. I suggest that networking opportunities should be sought. Rather than approach a provider, it's always good to look for researchers in universities and try and collaborate with them. For example, like this conference has allowed us or provided us with a brilliant opportunity to get to know each other. So, for example, if there's a student who's based in India and they approach me and they say that we want you to be one of our co-supervisors or principal supervisors, knowing that I could assist them in doing a PhD on sustainability, then that could be a starting step, in that direction. So I think the best way of doing research by universities is to collaborate with international institutions on grounds of PhD and doctorates, and approach researchers they know about. Other than that, I think the United Nations, and India is also a member. So the United Nations and the PRME program, if you go to the PRME website, there are so many opportunities where students can then engage with companies and also work along with them to improve the functioning of the companies. And that gives them a pedestal on the international level as well, because they will be showcased on the PRME website, and they will be able to collaborate with other student researchers from other countries. So that would be another way of entering into the international market.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insight on this issue. The next question that we have from our participants is that Manju Tiwari wishes to ask that how to cater the lack of e-learning appliances which are needed by children and youth who are poor, who are from the poor homes. So how to cater to their e-learning systems, how to appliances, how to help them out?
That's a good question. I mean, at the end of the day, we always look towards the government for support. And I'm not from the sounds of it, in India, probably it's a major concern where a lot of students do not have access to technology or laptops. What one student did here in Australia was, well, in high school, a lot of the students are provided computers by the school itself. So what she did was, when the students passed, they did their year 12, then she collected all the laptops, because once the students go to university, they usually buy higher performing laptops. So she collected all the laptops, had them refurbished, and sent them to developing countries like India. So that is one thing, an initiative which should be taken by developed countries, to assist countries where you have a number of students who unfortunately do not have access to a lot of these, you could say, devices. That could be a way, of collaborating with schools, colleges, and universities of developed countries to see if they could assist. On the other hand, I do know that companies like Dell, they focus a lot on corporate social responsibility and sustainability. So there's no harm in, asking them if they could provide devices at a lower cost. But it has to be somebody from the Indian community who would be able to take such an initiative, probably a business person or somebody, a renowned person from a university who could take such an initiative, approach companies and see if they can provide devices for distribution to poor children who cannot afford. But having said that, I think the reliance once again on laptops and computers can be, um, not removed, but lessened to a great extent if the teachers are willing to go that extra mile and focus on things such as I said earlier, having just a telephone conference, with students who are unable to access such devices. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for responding to our queries and satisfying our queries. Now, I request Professor Dhananjay Yadav to give his concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I must thank Madam Sunana ji for deliberating on the topic that is basically based on uh, development goals and sustainable development goals, particularly internationally and in the context of India, where we want to highlight the curriculum, the pedagogy, and the researches, the projects that are being taken. What sorts of projects must be taken? What sorts of research methodology or researches should be taken? And how the learners can be made competent enough to come forward and search for the opportunity for coming forward and introspecting the realities that we are facing at the moment. In fact, the problem has worsened with the recent outburst of Corona, COVID-19, because in India we were basically uh, compatible with face-to-face mode of teaching, and it was expected that by the end of 2030, the system will move from face-to-face mode to online mode. But in this context, when the system has outwardly changed into online mode, the basic question is that whether the system of education is sustainable enough to reach to the unreached or not. What changes we are going to make in our system, whether it is going to cater to the needs of learners and do that too from the remote learner, because the reality that we are facing today, we are having first generation learners, second generation learners, third generation learners. We are having also the problem of hardware, and we are also having the problem of the internet bandwidth, etc. These are the realities, and the system must address to that one. So for the development and the concern of individual, to the environment, to the society is concerned, each and everybody must be taught with the basic values that Indian system of education has been trying from very past. That was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That was our basic concern for the conservation of nature. And without taking into cognizance the realities of the nature, we cannot move forward the development agenda. Therefore, the system of education must be so designed, and it is true that international efforts are being taken place. You have beautifully given the examples of many projects where students and industry, the industry and institution linkage can be strengthened more, and students, particularly graduates, can be motivated to come forward to take projects, to take researches in collaborative way, and to see the realities that exist in Indian scenario. So far as our condition is concerned, we have to look into the limitations that are there, and probably it is true that if we want to search the the solution will naturally come forward. Therefore, the basic concern of the system of education must be to address the learning needs of the learners, to address the learning needs of the society, and to address the uh, value system that has been preached right from the Vedic period, that was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Therefore, Madam Sunana ji, you have very rightly elaborated different issues and different prospects where the institution can collaborate with different international bodies. The students can come forward and they can be uh, motivated, they can be skilled, and they can be taught in such a way that they can take collaborative projects, they can take the projects which can help the development of society at large and development of nation as such. And not only that, we can come forward and we can contribute uh, to the economy of not only our nation but to the global economy as such. With these words, I uh, thank you, madam, for your brilliant deliberation, and the audience, particularly those who have come out with different queries. And one of the queries was also concerned with the reality of the system of education, because when we have abruptly switched over to online mode, and we assume that merely by posting contents on the website and each and everybody has learned. It is not true. Therefore, we have to address from the endpoint itself. And therefore, in that scenario, we have to make the learner competent enough to understand his reality, to understand his potential, and to come forward and contribute himself to the development of society and development of the nation as such. With these words, I heartily thank you and for your deliberation, and I am very much glad to see you here. In fact, you are the daughter of Allahabad itself. We are very happy to the deliberations that you have made. In fact, from the deep of my heart, I congratulate you. Being so far at Sydney, you are make the name for yourself and also the name of the city of Allahabad as such. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yadav, and thank you, Dr. Bajal. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Kindly stay with us because now the formal vote of thanks would be proposed. And sir, you also stay with us. After the vote of proposing the vote of thanks, I would request all the participants and our chairperson and Sunana ma'am to keep their videos on, mute themselves for a group photograph, and then we would come to the end of this session. So as a matter of fact, Now that the session is coming towards its end, I propose my vote of thanks to Professor Yadav for sparing time from his busy schedule. And he's been always guiding us and motivating us to move ahead. He's always, he listens to our queries. We keep on contacting him, communicating with him. And he, in short time, he has been here to guide us and to be amongst our guests also. So thank you, sir, once again. Thank you, Dr. Sunana ma'am, to spare time from your schedule and a different time zone. You have responded to our request. You are here and you gave such an insightful talk, which has certainly, especially I am influenced by the thing which you said, that how students themselves can take initiative to provide online appliances to those who are underprivileged or belong to poor families, so that education does not stop. It keeps moving and keeps spreading. So at the end, I thank my co-session coordinator, Dr. Rahman sir, to have been with me to pose the questions on behalf of the participants. So let us get together for the group photograph and then we bid adieu to each one of us and move on to the next technical session that we have now ahead. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now we come to the end of this session. Participants are requested to stay for the next session with us, which will be dealt on the theme of health sustainability. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, and thank you to all the participants in this technical session who kept us motivating.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes,
So,
yes,
shall we move to the next session?
yes.
Okay. Our environment, the world in which we live and work, is a mirror of our attitudes and expectations. We owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits all. Good evening to one and all. I, Dr. Sippi Singh, Assistant Professor from Department of Zoology, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, welcomes you all to this technical session 2 on environmental sustainability. At the outset, I would like to accord warm welcome to Professor Anil Kumar Bajpayee sir, the chairperson of this session, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Shukla sir, the eminent speaker of the session, and Professor Jaya Bajpayee ma'am, Professor Namita Singh ma'am, and dear participants. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished chairperson, Professor Anil Kumar Bajpayee sir, who is professor at Bose Memorial Research Laboratory, Department of Chemistry, Government Autonomous Science College, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. Sir has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience with more than 250 publications to his credit in the journals of high repute, and also has authored a book. Professor Bajpayee is on the reviewer board of many international publications like Elsewhere, Taylor, Wiley, etc. Sir has guided 62 PhD scholars and expertises in the field of biomedical polymers, drug delivery through nanocarriers, water remediation, and other related topics. Professor Bajpayee has also filed one patent in collaboration with DRDO and shared his experiences through many invited talks. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. And now, may I kindly request you to chair the session and introduce the eminent speaker of the session. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you so much for your for giving my kind introduction. And at the outset, I would like to thank the authorities, particularly the director and Principal of SS Khanna Degree College, Prayagraj, for hosting this 5-day international conference on sustainability challenges and transformation opportunities amidst COVID-19. Probably this is my second opportunity rather when I am connected with this prestigious SS Khanna Degree College. This international conference has been organized under the scheme of Department of Biotechnology, strengthening components of star colleges. So first of all, let me greet all the college authorities, department, faculty members, research scholars, and all academic fraternities to host such an important gathering of academicians and researchers. And indeed, it is a matter of great pleasure and pride for me because one of the pillars of this conference, Dr. Anuradha Singh, she has been a student of MSc from Government Science College, and this pleasure has been further fortified by sharing that Dr. Sandeep Shukla, who is speaker today, he has also been a UG, PG, and PhD student of my department. So naturally, for a teacher, there cannot be anything, any happiest thing than this. Dr. Sandeep Shukla will be speaking on water quality management, effect on water quality due to lockdown, and his deliberation has been organized under the field environmental sustainability. Dr. Sandeep Shukla has been very well known to me since his graduateship and post-graduation and PhD. Even then, let me introduce the profile of Dr. Sandeep Shukla to my young audience, young minds, and students. Dr. Sandeep Shukla is currently Quality Manager and Research Officer in Ganga Water Quality Laboratory. This laboratory is under the central government, and right now he is posted in Central Water Commission, Nagpur. Dr. Sandeep Shukla did his MSc in chemistry from our Government Science College, Autonomous Science College, and later on he joined PhD work with me, and he did excellent work on drug delivery systems and polymers. In his research career and thereafter obtaining PhD degree, he has in all published more than 40 papers in very good journals of high impact factors. He is currently a member of a number of scientific societies like Indian Science Congress Association, life member, Indian Association of Nuclear Chemists and Allied Sciences, INCAS, Mumbai, Indian Association of Hydrologists, and reviewer of Journal of Applied Polymer Science published by Wiley, and a number of other journals published by premier publishing agencies like Elsevier, Springer, and so on. There are a number of creditable sayings on his behalf, but I am not going to summarize all these here. But specifically, I will be sharing that in 2013, Dr. Sandeep Shukla was the only government officer who was selected from all over India for group training course in water environmental monitoring in Japan under the Technical Cooperation Program of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Government of Japan. So with these achievements, Dr. Sandeep Shukla is quite dynamic person, scientist of pleasing manners, and he is continuously delivering lectures on water and more. I think more than 100 lectures he has delivered to to scientific platforms of symposiums, seminars, and other training programs. With these words, I invite Dr. Sandeep Shukla to deliver his lecture on water quality management, effect on water quality due to lockdown period. Dr. Sandeep Shukla. Hello.
Hello. So he's joining. Professor Sandeep Shukla, sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Can I hear you? Hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You are audible.
You are
Yes,
audible.
yes, yes. It is a great pleasure for me, my guide and my mentor introduced me in this conference, and I am my identity is till now I am Dr. Bajpayee student, and I am thanks to Anuradha for giving opportunity for a 5-day international e-conference sustainability challenge and transforming opportunity under a strengthening component of the Star College scheme, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. And today my topic is water quality management, effect on water quality due to lockdown. Because I belong to Central Water Commission and I am working as a research officer in Monitoring Center Organization, Nagpur. Today, as per my topic, I will discuss the following content during my deliberation: water quality and water quantity, water pollution, what is water pollution, and especially in Indian scenario, and adverse effect of water pollutants, water quality related legislation, and water quality improvement during the lockdown. By this topic, I wish or we wish to revise something traditional or something new things. And at the end of the topic, we will discuss during the lockdown how water quality is improving. Now, this image says something. Clean water is blessing from God. Do not pollute it. But we are continuously polluting the water due to our need. This beautiful image is possible if water is crystal clear, if water have good quality, if water have water quality parameter within a certain limit. If water is turbid, water is contaminated, the beauty of water will be lost. Now, from the school days, we are studying this hydrological cycle. By this cycle, we can maintain the water quality and water quantity. We are not much discuss about the quantity. We are discussing here the water quality. When we are discussing about the water quality, there are basic concept water is existing in three forms: liquid, vapor, and solid. When water is in liquid form, there is chances of chemical compound ionization and its degradation become very fast. When water in the ice state, microbiological activity is almost zero or nil. And when water is the vapor form, the insolubility impurities remain in the surface. By that way, water purification process is going into the nature. However, by this hydrological cycle, water contaminants will be transmitted. Why? When water pollutant discharged into the upstream of the river, water pollutant mixed into the river and gradually go down to the downstream and contaminated hot water body. In the liquid condition, chances of bacterial growth will become fast. In this case of chemical contamination, when chemical contamination mixing with river or water, it is diluted. When when we are discussing about in the form of vapor, when impurities is soluble in water, then this impurity with the cloud transported to some other places. There is no pollution, and it creates the pollution. And in the snow and ice form, bacteria activity bacteria activity will be zero, but degradation of the chemical compound will be stopped in the ice and snow condition. By that way, we can see hydrological cycle some extent decompose the pollutant, and but it is also transported the pollutant one place to another place due to open atmosphere. In open atmosphere, river water component is degraded due to UV light, lots of oxygen, and infrared light. Now I am coming into the next slide. This is also one of the basic slides. Only we have 1% of water available for us. 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water. 97.7% of 97.7% is seawater, and approximate 77% is freshwater, frozen water. We cannot use this. 21.6% of groundwater. Nowadays, we can use this groundwater through the groundwater extraction, and only 1% is the surface water. Out of this surface water, 61% water in river and lake, 30% is in the soil moisture, and this is not accessible to the human. And remaining water is atmosphere in the form of moisture and biological water. Biological water, it means water with the human and animal body, which also we cannot use. Now, here I am again discussing the hydrological cycle, the bad water cycle, existing and good water cycle. Because we have no sufficient number of wastewater treatment plants, due to this severe environment pollution, or due to severe environment pollution, we are facing public health hazards. And why this has happened? Because absence of appropriate technology for wastewater treatment, and because we have generated huge amount of sewage and industrial waste. Our population is going around 140 crore, and we have no appropriate technology to or economic technology to fight the water pollution, and lack of proper environment education and awareness in our river. In the many devotees going to the river, they are doing worship in the river, but they are same time they are contaminated the river. There is something so the dual characteristic and insufficient funding and infrastructure. As a developing country, we have limited fund for every sector. By that way, we can say worldwide water cycle is in the existing state. Now we are as a government of India, we are as a person, we are trying to reach good water cycle. For this, pollution abatement at minimum cost, proper treatment of the wastewater, and minimization of health risks. For this purpose, We should install appropriate wastewater treatment system. We should train the manpower and development the treatment technology and aware the awareness among the pupil and give education regarding the our environment. Now I am discussing about the our current scenario. Every second, the urban population grow by 2 people. 2 million city residents are joining the urban population in the developing world each month, and approximate 800 million people lives in slum, often taking adequate drinking water and sanitation. Can you imagine? 800 million people have inadequate drinking water facility, and approximate 500 million, 493 million people in city have their sanitation facility. In 1990, it was 259 million. In Africa and Asia, the urban population will double between 2000 to 2030. In Asia, different country. In Asia, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Japan. In this country, urban population growing very fast, and it will double before the 2030. This is a very serious issue. And 91% and 95% of the urban population growth in the next decade will take place in the developing world. Now, by this slide, I wish to say the water quantity and quality maintenance in the cities, in the urban area, will a huge challenge for us as well as government as well as public. Now, I am discussing the projected water demand in various sectors. The two table I am showing here is Standing Sum Committee of Ministry of Water Resources and National Commission for Integrated Water Resource Development. Both the committees show our water demand is increasing year by year, and every sector we in this table we can clearly see every sector water demand is increasing. In this table, we are classified the water demand. Why we are classified? Because water quality, quantity is maintained, but quality, maintenance of quality is a difficult task. Why we are classified here? Because for the irrigation, we need the water quality parameters such as pH, electrical conductivity, sodium absorption ratio, boron, within a limit. However, when we are thinking about drinking water, for the drinking water, 67 parameter from pH, EC2, pesticide, bacteriological parameter, everything should be within a limit and in case of industry, water hardness is the key factor. If water supply for the boiler, if water have high hardness, this it forms scales in the boiler. Hence, every industry have different demand. A textile industry have water quality different. For the food industry, water quality should be as similar to drinking water. In case of pharmaceutical industry, water quality should be very specific. And in case of energy in power sector, water should be crystal clear and have zero turbidity. If water have some low pH value or high turbidity, it cannot use in the energy sector. And when water used for the recreation, the water is free from the chemical contamination as well as microbiological contamination. Otherwise, we cannot use water is the recreation activity. By this table, you can see from 2002, our water for the irrigation, our demand is 688 billion cubic per meter. In the year 2010, it will 910 billion cubic meter. In 2015, it will be 1072 cubic meter. And by that way, if you going to a total, the water demand is continuously increasing in both the report. In water demand is total water demand is 813, and 2000 25, water demand will be 1093 billion cubic, and 2015 water demand is 1447. In this case of National Commission for Integrated Water Resource Development, it shows some lower value, but it also shows our water demand is increases continuously, and water quantity is required with a specific quality of water. Any quality of water is not accepted for, or any one quality of water is not fit for all purposes. Now I am coming to the very basic concept. What water contain? Water contain natural material, clay, silt, humus, pit material, bits, and chemical compound. Calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, chloride, sulfate, fluoride, carbonate, nitrate, and phosphate. These compounds very useful for, very essential for our body in certain concentration. After certain concentration, this is harmful. In case of metal, when we are discussing about metal have very low limit. Metals or heavy metal have very low limit for our body. After that concentration, this is toxic, such as mercury and chromium are cancerous to human being. And organic compound, nutrients, phenol, oil, and grease, pesticide. It should be absent in the water, and however, it is found in the water because due to the pollution and bacteriological contamination, various type of bacteria are found in the water, but the indicator bacteria is total coliform bacteria and fecal coliform bacteria. Under this category, pathogenic bacteria is consist, and under the biological category, zooplankton and phytoplankton. Zooplankton and phytoplankton is a very important indicator for biological monitoring. Now, various agencies are engaged in biological monitoring through the zooplankton and phytoplankton. Zooplankton is depend on phytoplankton, and phytoplankton have capacity of photosynthesis. In addition to that, radioactive element, various type of radioactive element present in the Earth's surface, in our water and our water body. This all radioactive element not estimated individually. This is classified as a alpha emitter and beta emitter. Now, what is the pure water? If we are discussing about the pure water it is aesthetically acceptable. Water should be aesthetically acceptable. There is no odor. There is no odor or smell, or water is clear, crystal clear, or there is crystal clear, or there is no taste. If water have some taste, this is aesthetically not acceptable. Water should be chemical safe. Water is chemical safe. It means it have some chemical, but certain limit. After certain limit, the chemical present in the water is harmful for our body. In the case of organic substance should be absent. All type of pesticide, all types of oil, grease should be absent in the water. When we are discussing about the bacteria is free. Water is free from the bacteria. Total coliform and fecal coliform bacteria should be absent in all stage of water supply, treatment, or during when we are using water for drinking purpose. And radioactive elements, various radioactive elements found in water, it should be absent. By that way, we can say the water should be chemically safe and aesthetically acceptable. Who is involved in water quality monitoring? Various government organizations, state government organizations involved in water quality. Bhabha Atomic Research Center involved in study of radioactive elements in surface water and groundwater. And State Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board engage in monitoring of surface water and groundwater with special emphasis to industrial water, wastewater, and effluent. And Central Water Commission monitoring water quality of river system, and Central Groundwater Board is monitoring the water quality of groundwater resources of India. National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, is also involved. National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, is involved in research activities on water quality. National Environment Engineering Research Institute is involved in environment impact assessment study related to water and wastewater, and NEERI also involved in the 24/7 plan of the Nagpur city, as well as to development of various techniques for wastewater and sewage water. Indian Agriculture Research Institute and State Irrigation Department involved in water quality for agriculture purpose. And Public Health Engineering Department monitoring the water quality for the drinking purpose. Apart from various other agencies are also involved in the water quality monitoring. Geological Survey of India, IBM, and other many agencies is also involved in water quality. Now I am coming in the water pollution. By this slide, I am showing the water pollution in India. India, as we already discussed, we have approximate 140 crore population. Due to this population, huge amount of sewage is generated, and government agency try to treat all sewage, but practically not possible to treat the all sewage water. Due to this reason, as a point source, 70% municipal sewage contributing in our water pollution, and 30% from the industrial pollution. When in the case of non-point sources, runoff from solid and medical waste and agriculture field, and open defecation and cattle blowing and cattle washing is very common in India, and disposal of dead body and animal carcasses and ritual activity. This create pollution, and this act as a non-point sources. Now, always we are listening news about Ganga. What is the Ganga? How Ganga going to pollute it? What is the scenario in Ganga? Ganga is polluted due to organic waste, sewage, industrial waste, trash and polythene cans, cloth, food, and human dead body and animal carcasses. And why this has happened? Due to the urbanization, rapid industrialization, rising standard of living, and exponential population growth. What is happened? It causes waterborne disease like cholera, hepatitis, typhoid, embryonic dysentery, gallbladder diseases, and leading to 80% of all health problems and 1/3 of death. When Ganga pollution sources are point sources and non-point sources, then we are discussing about the point sources. Point sources are industrial waste and municipal sewage. 260 million liter industrial waste discharged into the Ganga river, and 1.3 billion liter per day municipal sewage is discharging. This municipal sewage contains the organic, nutrient, and coliform bacteria. This coliform bacteria also contains fecal coliform bacteria. This fecal coliform bacteria is contain pathogenic bacteria, which is responsible for dysentery, diarrhea, typhoid, and many embryonic diseases. In the industrial waste coming from food processing industry, fertilizer manufacturing industry, pharmaceutical companies, electroplating industry, textile and paper industry, tanneries, oil refinery and petrochemical, sugar industry, and distillery. What is contained? It contains pesticide, example diphenyl, trichloroethane, bleaches, hydrochloric acid, heavy metal such as nickel, zinc, chromium, copper, lead, cyanide, ammonium sulfide, salt, sodium chloride, potassium chloride, and other salt, and polychlorobenzene and adsorbable organic halides. These are present in our Ganga aquatic system. Now we will discuss non-pointed source. Non-pointed source is due to lack of awareness. In the non-point source, runoff from the rural settlement, fertilizer and pesticide from agriculture field, open defecation, dumping of animal carcasses, disposal of dead body, disposal of this with cremation on wood pellets, and annually in Varanasi, 4,000 cremation performed, and sometimes leave partially unborn body and body throw as it is due to unaffordability of cremation. Flora offering, huge amount of flora offering in Ganga river, and disposal of solid waste, and large number of dhobi ghat in river bank, and cattle blowing and washing, and mass bathing in various regional event. By that way, Ganga is continuous polluting. Now, we have already discussed about point non-point sources. By this slide, we can say everyone contributing in the surface water pollution. And point source, we can quantify the point source. It is difficult to quantify the non-point source. Non-point source, we can estimate it with the mathematical model. Now, I am coming into the next slide. What is the current scenario? This is a 7-year-old report titled Performance Evaluation of Sewage Treatment Plant under National River Conservation Plan by the Central Pollution Control Board, Report 2013. This report says status of sewage generation and treatment capacity in metro city. In this report, it is clearly mentioned we are generating 15,600 MLD sewage. However, we have treatment capacity almost 8,000 MLD. It means we are treating the 51% sewage. Remaining 41% sewage we are not treating. What happened? This sewage is mixing into our water bodies, and there is table which show how much percentage capacity in the various cities. Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Baroda, Chennai, there are some cities, they have 100% sewage treatment capacity. Remaining other city does not have 100% sewage treatment capacity. In fact, in Delhi have only 61% treatment capacity. In Allahabad, as per report of 2030, only 34% sewage treatment capacity. It means remaining sewage going to our water body in surface water or as well as groundwater. Now another slide which show something more worse condition. As per 2013 report, when state-wise sewage generation and treatment capacity in class 1 city, it is observed that only we are treating 32%. It means we are generating 35,000 MLD sewage and we are treating only 11,000 MLD sewage. It means there is huge gap between sewage treatment capacity and sewage generation and sewage treatment capacity in class 1 city. Why this has happened? Because our population from 1901 to 2011 is continuously increasing. From the last four decades, it is from 1971 to 2011. The population growth is very fast. That's why we are not meet up the requirement of the sewage treatment. Now, trend of the growth of sewage generation treatment in MLD, as per data is available up to 2009. When in the 1978, we have capacity to treat 2,800 to 20 mld sewage, but at present we are treating 11,780 mld sewage. However, our current remaining sewage 26,400 mld 80 mld are not treated still. This is the huge gap between treatment and the sewage generation. Now I am coming into the groundwater. When we are discussing about the causes of pollution, this image is self-explanatory, and there is some common thing we will discuss here. In landfill site in the city is a very common and big area for the landfill site. When various waste material throw into the landfill site create groundwater contamination, and this is a waste lagoon. In various cities, various type of waste material and effluent material stored in the form of waste lagoon. This is also create the groundwater pollution. And the pesticide and chemical factory. In the pesticide and chemical factory, huge amount of chemical is stored in the open to the atmosphere. When rainfall happens, then this pesticide go into the groundwater. Hazardous waste injection well is prohibited as per government law. However, some industrial person are discharges their water into the wells. Groundwater pollution is a very serious issue as compared to surface water, because in the groundwater no oxygen is available, no biological activity as well as sunlight is not available. When groundwater is contaminated, it is quite difficult to get under the self-purification process. And in the case of surface water have lots of oxygen, microbiological activity as well as sunlight is available. Due to this, decomposition of chemical constituted in the surface water is easily possible. Now again I am coming to the surface water. Nowadays, these are the major threats, water quality threats for the surface water. Mining activity. In mining activity, it is a step to dehydrate the mining place. When we are going to dehydrate the place, highly concentrated mineral water is thrown out into the system. When this water throw into the system, the water simply finally go into our surface water system. And next is industrial activity. As you know, our population growth is very high. That's why our industrial growth is also very high. And these industries using lots of surface water during their processing. And many small scale industry does not have any effluent treatment plant, and various places government is also not capable to install the common effluent treatment plant, as well as various large industry are having a effluent treatment plant, but their efficiency is going up and down. That's why due to industrial activity, water pollution. As you know, in the summer season, temperature in various parts of India is going to high. It is going to up to 48 degrees centigrade. In this condition, the huge amount of water is evaporated due to the evaporation loss, and remaining water is the saline water. We cannot use this saline water for the drinking purpose as well as irrigation purpose. When we will discuss about the agrochemicals, as our demand is increases for food industry, for for the protection of food and for the protection and production of use food. We are using for the production, we are using fertilizer, and for the protection of food, we are using the pesticide. This excess amount of pesticide come into the our aquatic system, and industrial and pathogenic contamination and animal bathing, open defecation, and human bathing is very common in surface with reference to surface water, and due to this, pathogenic contamination happen. Eutrophication is a process. This is not a type of pollutant. This is a process when excess amount of nitrogen phosphanic containing compound get into the aquatic then growth of the aquatic plant is become very fast, and continuous mixing of nitrogen phosphate contained compound, they continuously biomass of the aquatic system is increasing, and finally it is come into the solid. By that way, the amount of water carry capacity, aquatic system water carrying capacity will be reduces, and finally sometime lake become a ground, because the solid mass is continually increasing in the aquatic system. This is the major threat of the surface water. In the groundwater quality threat, geogenic contamination. Geogenic contamination in India, fluoride, arsenic, and iron are geogenic contamination. And urban waste, we have already discussed about the urban waste, the landfill site. This type of the scene is very common. When we are throwing some bottles or some Harpic or some pharmaceutical products, there's 5 to 10 ml amount is remain in the bottle. When long time this kept in the landfill site, then some crack or something, crack or some leakage is developed, then this chemical compound percolated into the groundwater. In the industrial waste, these images in industrial waste are very common. In industry, various products are stored in open, and sometime due to rainfall, this material percolated into groundwater. In the case of agriculture pollution is a big issue for the groundwater as well as surface water. When we are using the pesticide have shelf life is from 6 days to 6 months. When apply the pesticide in the field, it is not degraded up to 6 months. When slow rainfall happen, this pesticide percolated into the groundwater. When rainfall intensity is fast, then it's go through runoff and contaminated the surface water. It means rainfall intensity decide whether water polluted groundwater or surface water. Now, why need of water quality management? In 19th century or early 20th century, we have transported water, and we can use the water and transported water and directly discharge into the river system. In the 20th century, we are using water after the treatment discharging to the river system. Now, in the late 20th century and early 21st century, we are treating the water, we are collecting the water, using the water, treat it, and again use it. It means recycle the water and try to minimize the water usage. In this triangle, I will explain reduce, reuse, and recycle. Reduce, it means avoid water consumption or reduce using water conservation measure. Reuse water within a single process or use harvested water for another purpose without any treatment. It means we can use our washroom water for the irrigation purpose without any treatment. And recycle, use the wastewater for some other purpose after a proper treatment. But in the triangle, lowest risk, reduce, when we are using the water in reduced manner, the lowest risk and most preferable. When we are going to the water, recycle water, they are higher risk and least preferable. Now, conventional water management and waste sustainable water management. In the conventional water management, we are recover the 30% of nutrients, and remaining nutrients go into the our aquatic system. And in this case, health risk is more, water usage is high, and direct disposal of grey water. Grey water, it means water from the, just like a sewage water, grey water in fresh water sources resulting in more pollution. And when in compared to sustainable water management, it is all the water we can recycle, and most of the nutrients we will recover, and our drinking water source is protected. And in this case, pH value of the fresh water source are maintained, water uses are optimized, and water is treated and is drawn to the area where secondary usage is possible. Due to this reason, sustainable water management is important. And sewage treatment is essential to ensure that the receiving water into the which the effluent is ultimately discharged is not significantly polluted. However, the degree of treatment required will vary according to the type of receiving water. Thus, high degree of treatment is required if the effluent discharged to upstream of an extraction point or for water supply. By that way, we can say through the sustainable water management, we can achieve our water supply goal. It is a very old concept. When we are our pollutant will mix into the river, that self-purified, and this, yes, that is self-purified, but always it is not happen, and there is number of process it takes place during the when chemical get into the aquatic system, number of processes takes place. First, when water when pollutant go into the system, first dissolve, and through the voltarization again come into the atmosphere, and after dissolve going to the photolysis in presence of sunlight and converted into the transformation product. And in the dissolved product, this is go to sorption and desorption process. In the sorption, when absorption and absorption takes place simultaneously, and this sorption takes place in sediment particle or suspended particle, and this is the reversible. When the condition will be changed, they then going to the desorption and again coming to the aquatic system. Bioaccumulation, chemical which is available in the aquatic system bioaccumulate in an aquatic organism, and bioaccumulating in the fish and other aquatic organism. But when person eating this fish, this chemical contamination go into the human body, and after that that is going for the biotransformation into the transformation product, and some amount of chemical going for biodegradation by metabolites and through the benthonic organism. By that way, we can say very small amount of chemicals going for the biodegradation, and other amount of chemical and converted into the transformation product. This transformation product is maybe less toxic or maybe more toxic. It depends on their chemical structure and toxicity. When we are discussing why we are so much emphasizing on water quality, because 2 billion people have no access to clean drinking water, and 2.9 billion people have no access to sanitation. In world, every 8 seconds, one child dies due to contaminated drinking water. And by 2020, 40% of world population, or about 3 billion people, country have difficult to impossible get water to satisfy their basic need. Diarrhea is the second highest single cause of child mortality after pneumonia. Globally, over 130 billion people are now estimated to be potentially exposed to arsenic in drinking water at concentration above the World Health Organization limit. Now, there is some more fact. Mainly, we will discuss 2-3 points here. 30%, only 30% of rural population and 90% of urban population get treated water supply. And our country, more than 17 states, approximate 200 districts are affected from fluorosis. In every year, we are expended 2,100 rupees per year per person for waterborne diseases. Now, this is very simple slide for pH, but we are discussing in the aspect of water quality. pH is so from 0 to 14. What happened when pH going to the 4? In the acidic rain, when pH going to the 4, the all fish died. And when banana have pH 5, when pH of the aquatic system become 5, frog egg and tadpole and crayfish will be died. And milk have pH 6.5 to 6.8. Whenever pH is the aquatic system is going to 6, rainbow trout begins to die. This is the something we can say about the water quality, how water quality change or vary for different creatures. Now I am coming the pathogenic bacteria. Most of the pathogenic bacteria is coming from the human feces and animal feces, and this creates various type of diseases: typhoid, fever, paratyphoid, bacillus dysentery, cholera, respiratory disease, tuberculosis, and other diseases. Now I am coming the source of nitrate. Nitrate is coming from the nitrogen cycle mainly, and through the nitrogen cycle, nitrate is converted into a various form: nitrate, nitrite, ammonical nitrogen, and this is existing in the nature. And nitrate is also coming from the septic tank and sewage, and runoff from fertilizer and industrial effluent. As per drinking water, maximum desirable limit of nitrogen is 45 mg per liter, and maximum limit is 100 mg per liter. Above more than 100 mg per liter, nitrate creates the blue baby syndrome. Blue baby syndrome is due to the illness that is caused by the large amount of nitrate in water. When nitrate concentration more than 100 mg per liter, react with oxyhemoglobin, the oxygen carrying blood protein, body tissue become deprived for oxygen, causes the blue coloration of the infant. It also causes digestive respiratory problem in newborn baby. And nitrate is also responsible for eutrophication process. Now, arsenic, one of the important contamination. Arsenic, according to World Health Organization, the main source of arsenic in drinking water is arsenic-rich rock through which the water has filtered. It may also occur because of mineral mining or industrial activity in some area. Source of water is groundwater is the mining activity, mining waste, industrial waste, and arsenal pesticide. Arsenal pesticide is highly toxic pesticide. It is used in the agriculture field, and due to naturally geogenic condition, arsenic formation is possible, and it's contaminated the drinking water. Then we will discuss about the fluoride. These compounds: fluoride, fluoroapatite, micas, amphiboles, topaz, the rock phosphate. These compounds are found in abundant in nature, and this creates fluoride contamination. Fluoride contamination is also coming from the toothpaste, wine and beer, processed cereals, and supari, and seafood, as well as some pharmaceutical product, N-fluorine, isoflurane, and sevoflurane contain the fluoride compound, and packed juice and mechanically debonair chicken, tobacco, processed beverage, and Teflon pans also contain the fluoride. This is the also these are the source of fluoride. What happened when fluoride contaminated water consumed by the person? When fluoride contaminated water consumed by person in many years, it create the skeletal fluorosis and skeletal fluorosis. This skeletal fluorosis, this skeletal fluorosis and dental fluorosis. Through the dental fluorosis, shape of the teeth is distorted, and as well as in skeletal fluorosis, fluoride is reacted with bones, bone calcium, and bones of the bones, femur, humerus, and as well as our main bones will be bent, and due to this, extreme cases paralysis, muscular wasting, and premature aging will be seen. In the case of arsenic, arsenic, due to excess amount of arsenic contaminated water, patient with pigmentation, patient with hyperptosis, and patient with suffer with skin cancer. As per BIS limit, arsenic concentration in the per liter water 0.01, it means 10 microgram per liter. If concentration is more than this, this is harmful. Now, pesticide, different class of pesticide I am show here. One of the pesticide is fumigant. Fumigant, it means pesticide is where we are using generally mosquito repellent in our houses. This is fumigant. This fumigant are using for the mosquito and other pest removal, and as per BIS specification, this pesticide should be absent. However, in the new BIS specification, 80 number of pesticide included. Each pesticide has different persimmon limit. It means in our aquatic system, pesticide is present due to its high time of degradation. And effect of pesticide, in this slide, I am showing the effect of pesticide. Pesticide mainly responsible for carcinogenicity and liver tumor. In this table, I am showing the various type of pesticide and adverse effect of these pesticides. Now I am coming on to the water legislation. In India, we have one law, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. By an act to provide for prevention and control of water pollution and the maintaining and restoring of wholesomeness water for establishment with a view to carry out the purpose aforesaid of board for the prevention and control of water pollution, for confirming on assigning to such board power and function relating thereto for matter connected therewith. For this purpose, authority is central board, state board, and joint board. The commencement of the act is 23rd March 1974, and applicability of act is all over India. It contains 64 sections. This act is appropriate step for management of water pollution and the maintenance of wholesomeness of or restoration of water body. This act also deals with the particular type of pollution as well as present an integrated approach to tackle the tackle the individual problem. And it is an important legislative measure which has been intact implemented the decision taken in United Nations Conference on Human Environment held in 1972. Our late Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi was participated in this conference. Now, various I will not discuss all sections of the Act. We will discuss some important sections. As per this Act, central government or state government have power to restrict the application of the Act in a certain area. And state board and central board have power to obtain information under section 20 for any industry. Power under section 21, Central Pollution Control Board have power to take sample of effluent or procedure to be followed in connection therewith. And Pollution Control Board have power to sample taken under section 22, and Central Pollution Control Board have power entry and inspection in any industry. Provision: Central Pollution Control Board have power to prohibit use of any stream or well for disposal of polluting matter. And Pollution Control Board also have power under section 24, restriction of new outlet or new discharge into the river system as well as any water body. Provision regarding existing discharge of sewage or trade effluent. Same time, Pollution Control Board have power refusal and withdrawal of consent by the state board. It means anytime Pollution Control Board depend on condition of water pollution, withdraw their consent or refuse to give any permission to establish new industry. There in this slide, I am showing the fine and punishment of when we are violating the act. This is the Watershed Act. Watershed Act is a act to provide levy collection of the water consumed by the person carrying on certain act, industry, and by the local authority. And main purpose of this act to augment the resource of Central Pollution Board and State Board. This act is applicable in all over India except Jammu and Kashmir. By this act, we can claim the rebate, 25% rebate, if industry install effluent sewage treatment plant, and sewage treatment plant of the effluent and complied all provision of PCP Act and comply all standard laid down under the EP Act. And no rebate shall be allowed if water consumption in excess of maximum quantity. It is marked by start. We will discuss later on. Because every process have fixed amount of water. If you are consuming more amount of water, that time no rebate shall be allowed. And failure to comply the provision of section 25 of the Water Act 1974 and standard prescribed under the EP Act 1986. It means if water contains more than 250 mg COD and industry discharge this water into the river system, at that time industry will not get any rebate. Now, by this schedule table is available in the Central Pollution Control Board website. This table clearly shows name of industry, ferrous metallurgical, integrated iron and steel, and maximum quantity of water 20 cubic meter per ton for the finished steel. It means this amount of water is required for per ton. If industry using this water, excess amount of water for this purpose, then says Act not allow any rebate. Now, our last portion of the presentation, last but very important. When lockdown due to the COVID, various newspapers show the news Lockdowns leaves Ganga cleaner and lockdown due to lockdown does decades scheme could not lockdown does what decades scheme could not clean Ganga. Lockdown filter Ganga water drinking. And I'm compiling the lecture as soon as possible, sir. Despite India's stringent law preventing untreated effluent discharge into the river and stream, a substantial fraction of industrial waste end up in the water body. Due to lockdown, various industries have been shut down, various anthropogenic activity is closed. Due to this, water quality of the river is improving. In this slide, I am showing the before or after lockdown. The DO value and BOD value are reducing continuously due to closure of sari dyeing unit, due to automobile workshop, hotel and restaurant, reduction in cremation, poultry population, because the river have self-purifying capacity if sufficient water flow is maintained. Now, in the Central Water Commission magazine, more than 10-11 rivers show the increase in DO level and also decrease in electrical conductivity, increase in DO level and reduce in BOD level and reduction in EC. In case of Yamuna, when study of Yamuna clearly show amount of pollution is continuously reducing and pH level, conductivity, COD, both are all chemical BOD, COD, pH, all are reducing, and it affect positive effect. In this case of monitoring by Delhi Pollution Control Board, it's also show the similar type of result during the lockdown period. Water quality is improved continuously, and from April 2019, when data compared with April 2019, it is observed that water quality is improved. And NGT give order to Central Pollution Control Board to assess the water quality of various rivers, especially Ganga, and submit a report before the 31st August. And this is the paper published by the Ali P. Yunus. In this paper, by the satellite imaging, he clearly presents the water quality is improving continuously. The result based on the suspended particulate matter. This also show the reduction last 7-year data also show reduction in suspended matter. And Abhijit Mitra is also published a paper, a title Boon for River Ganga Water Quality along the city Calcutta. The paper published in Regulatory Study of Special Edition. This study clearly show at the 6th location, dissolved oxygen level is increased and fecal coliform bacteria is decreasing. And water quality, indirect environment, air quality, indirect effect on water quality. The air quality of the environment is increasing continuously. Due to this, river water so this image from the NASA, it is clearly show the pollutant load in our atmosphere is decreasing. This is also show nitrate consumption due to the automobile industry. European Association show this image and compare with March image. Compare the 1st January to 24th March image. It is it is found that the image of the yellow part going to reduce and red part is also become reduced. It pollution is reduced. And air quality index from January to April is decreasing due to the lockdown. More than 10 state data presented here. Thank you. Prevention is better than cure. Thank you all for patient sharing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your pertinent and relevant address on effect on water quality during lockdown. And of course, sharing your knowledge with us. Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Shubhra Malviya, am here for the question answer session. With due respect, we seek permission from the chair to start the question answer session. Sir, shall we?
Hello.
Hello. Sir, shall we?
Okay, but that session will be chaired by somebody else.
Sir, I have asked the chairperson, sir, for that.
Okay, you
I
can
think
continue
he
then.
might not connect. We should start the session.
You can start the session, new session.
Thank you so much, sir.
And
yes, sir. The keen
hand
interest
over
of the
the chairmanship
participants.
to somebody else who is there.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. So you are the chairperson. She's just asking permission to start the question answer.
You can. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
If questions are there, they may be answered well.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. The keen interest of the participants is reflected by their responses in the form of queries in live streaming as well as in Zoom chat boxes. But as we are running out of time, I have randomly selected the questions. The first one is from one of our faculty members. The question is that, do you think water quality during lockdown has improved or become more polluted due to sewage discharge of COVID patients?
No, no, this is not sewage discharged by the COVID patient because in our water body have huge amount of water and number of number of corona patients are very less. Due to this, water body is not contaminated at all. And as per my knowledge, through the water is not corona is not contaminated through the water.
Okay. The next question is from one of the participants from live streaming. The participant is Francis Barla. He has asked, although there are many water pollution control acts that have been passed since independence till date, but the condition is getting worse. What is your opinion about that?
There is because human behavior in India, human behavior is one of the major problem, and another is point is our population. Our population is increasing very fast. Due to increase of population, various effort done by government, it is nullified because we are generating so much waste, and our behavior is one of the problem to we are not able to handle the pollution.
Okay, thank you, sir. One more question from the participants. She is Janvi Deka. How would be the macromolecules like polymers incinerated in the remote areas? People are not aware about EDC that incorporated in the polymers.
Please repeat the question.
Sure, sir. How would be the macromolecules like polymers incinerated in the remote areas? People are not aware about the EDC that is incorporated in the polymers.
Okay, when in the remote area, various type of polymer we are using, and these are definitely come into our aquatic system, and it will create adverse effect on the animals as well as the human.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for such interactive and enlightening session. I hope all the queries of the participants have been answered.
So
Now,
there is a question, Shubhra ma'am. There is a question in chat box also.
okay,
So you can go through
just a
it.
minute.
The question is,
Yes, sir. There
what are your recommendations for a common man to develop environmental sustainability to contribute improvement in water quality? Professor Namita Singh ma'am has asked this question. So could you please address to it?
It is a very difficult question, but one is a simple answer. Human behavior. If we change 140 crore person will change our behavior regarding our water body and environment. Environment and water body will be clean. This is my single line answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for such interactive and enlightening session. I hope all the queries of the participants have been answered. Now, I would request the chairperson, sir, of this technical session, Professor A.K. Bajpai, sir, for his concluding remarks. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you so. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
In 2-3 minutes, as we are running short of time for the next session, just in 2-3 minutes, I will be putting a concluding remark here. Just I'm taking you all to a famous rhyme that was penned 223 years back, 1797 to 98, by world famous personality Samuel Taylor, who was a mariner. And what he wrote when his ship was caught in the sea and he was surrounded by salty water, he wrote that water, water everywhere, not a single drop to drink. Dr. Sandeep Shukla has very beautifully and comprehensively summarized the sense of this famous rhyme, and in his deliberation, he covered a number of topics that all are very, very relevant to state of art of water, water pollution, water quality, and so on. And conclusively, just I would like to mention that his deliberation actually presents a warning to all of us that we must take care of these 5 things. One, use of water, wastage of water, storage of water, pollution of water, and awareness about water. If we don't take care of all these 5 parameters, so we will have to pay a lot for our this ignorance regarding the use of water. So thank you so much to the session coordinators also, Shubhra and Sippi, and thanks again to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir,
Thank you,
for
sir.
concluding the session in a nutshell. The end of the story is the new beginning for many others. Today's second technical session is about to conclude, and I request all the participants and our dignitaries as well to stay with us and switch on their videos after the formal vote of thanks for good group photographs. Moving on, I will now request Dr. Sippy Singh to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Sippy.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh, I take this opportunity to propose deep sense of gratitude and thanks to Professor Anil Kumar Bajpai sir for chairing this session and Dr. Sandeep Kumar Shukla sir for enlightening us with his talk and highlighting the situation of the water and improving its management by following 3R rules, that is recycle, reduce, and reuse. So we are very thankful to you all. I'm also thankful to Dr. Shubhra Malvia for her extended help in coordinating the question answer section. A thanks is due to all the participants for their active participation from different institutes of India as well as abroad. Thank you, one and all. And dear participants, as already said, just stay tuned with us for the next technical session on health sustainability, and it's time for a click. So here we go on. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The session is over to for the technical session 3. May I invite Dr. Alok Malviya sir and Dr. Anuradha Singh ma'am to continue with the proceedings.
Hello. The speakers from next session will join us at 5 o'clock. So till then, we can take a short break.
Okay, then we can take a short break and we'll rejoin at 5 p.m. to meet you at 5.
थैंक यू सर, बहुत अच्छा लेक्चर था आपका। जी 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 एक्चुअली वो नेक्स्ट सेशन भी है अभी और कंटिन्यूअस हो गया है, तो अब ये कि मतलब अब बाकी वहाँ यूएसए से तो उसमें कोऑर्डिनेट करना है थोड़ा। जी जी बहुत अच्छा आता था लेक्चर, मेरे से बहुत अच्छा था। थैंक यू सर। जी सर।
ये भी करें, ये भी अनम्यूट करें। टी ब्रेक।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो
यस
हेलो हेलो, नहीं सुनाई रहा है।
हाय
हेलो,
हेलो।
हाँ हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ सॉरी सॉरी, अभी अनुराधा का फोन आ गया था तो उस पे
अरे अरे सर, नमस्कार नमस्कार, बस आप ही था। ओके, थैंक यू सर।
नमस्कार नमस्कार। और कैसे हैं आप?
बस सर ठीक, अपना बताइए सर।
बस चल रहा है यहाँ भी।
वहाँ बस सर, ये कोविड में यही है चल रहा है इस समय, सब जगह वेबिनार ही है। थैंक यू सर।
जी अभी तो सब जगह वही हाल है।
हाँ हाँ
तो ये कितने 5 बजे शुरू करेंगे इसको?
हाँ सर, ठीक 5 बजे शुरू करेंगे अभी। वो अरे पहले वाला 5 बजे डॉक्टर साहब, वो पहले वाला 4 बजे खत्म होना था, वो खत्म हुआ लगभग 4:40 पे लगभग।
ओह
हाँ तो नहीं,
लंबा
शुरुआत
कीजिए
से
तो।
समय से कर देगी इस मामले में। अनुराधा इज वेरी एक्टिव।
ठीक है ठीक है।
और सर एग्जाम होंगे कि नहीं यूनिवर्सिटी में इस साल?
कहाँ हो रही है अभी तो, यहाँ सब ऑनलाइन है, एवरीथिंग ऑनलाइन। आवाज नहीं आ रही है आपकी, शायद आप म्यूट पे हो।
हाँ सर, मतलब ये तो सेशन को लेट कर दें ये लोग।
हाँ लेट कर ही
ओ
रहे हैं,
सॉरी,
सारे स्कूल
जीरो
सब
कर
कुछ
दें
लेट कर
सेशन, या
रहे हैं।
लेट करें, कुछ करें।
अभी सारे स्कूल्स लेट कर रहे हैं, और जो भी जितने भी टीचिंग्स हैं सब ऑनलाइन है यहाँ पे।
हेलो।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार नमस्कार जी, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं अच्छा हूँ, आप कैसे हैं?
हम भी ठीक है, ठीक है। और सेशन चल रहे हैं सुबह से आप लोग के अच्छे से?
हाँ बस चल ही रहे हैं यहाँ तो सुबह ही हुआ है।
I request Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh kindly start your video.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes. I request Dr. Nishi kindly share the screen share option. I request Dr. Alok Malvi kindly start the session.
Hello.
Hello.
May I start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Welcome to all in first day, third technical session of a 5-day international e-conference on sustainability challenges and transforming opportunities amidst COVID-19. Under strengthening component of Star College Scheme, DBT, Government of India, organized by SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj. I welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor Ramendra Kumar Singh, and speaker of the session, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Lab Director of R&D, Epzyme Therapeutic PA, USA. The topic of lecture is COVID-19 pandemic in USA. It is my privilege to introduce chairperson of this session, Professor Ramendra Kumar Singh. Professor Singh is Professor of Chemistry in Bioorganic Research Laboratory and Controller of Examination in the University of Allahabad. He has about 30 years of experience in the field of nucleic acid research and more than a decade in the field of antiretroviral research, with wide range of training in the various national and international institutions. His research of interest in the developing curcumin as anti-cancer agent. He is a member of several national bodies, such as District Environment Impact Assessment Activity, District Environment Impact Assessment Authority, Kaushambi, Committee on Pre-Chemical Clinical Research, Microbiocides, ICMR, Delhi, Expert Committee on Natural Product Consultation, ICMR, Delhi, ICMR DBT Task Force Committee, New Delhi. He is also a member of several scientific bodies such as Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, Indian Association for Cancer Research, Mumbai, Bioinformatics Institute of India, Noida, Indian Biophysical Society, Kolkata, Swadeshi Science Movement, Delhi, Board of Studies, Chemistry Department, University of Allahabad, Faculty Board of Science, University of Allahabad. Professor Singh is recipient of several prestigious fellowship and awards. Some important are as Fulbright Nehru Senior Research Fellowship, INSA International Exchange Fellowship, Postdoc Fellowship, Chiba, Japan, Jawaharlal Nehru Visiting Fellowship, UNESCO Fellowship, INSA Visiting Fellowship, Young Scientist Award, Microbiocides 2010 Fellowship, Tokyo Tech Symposium Fellowship, IUBMB Fellowship. He was pool officer CSIR, Government of India from 1986 to 1889. He visited countries like Japan, France, Switzerland, Germany, and USA, etc. He also delivered invited lectures in these countries. His teaching experience is more than 23 years. He is a member of board of editors of several journals such as Journal of Clinical Research, USA, Journal of Biomedical Research, USA, HIV Advanced Research Development, USA, Journal of Medical Chemistry and Research, Hyderabad, and many others. Besides these 25 scientific journals in the field of chemistry. He guided more than 22 students for PhD. Several projects are also running in his supervision. He published more than 73 papers in national and international journals. He has one patent in his name and other patent under preparation. He also chaired several administrative posts in University of Allahabad. So I request Professor Ramen Kumar Singh to chair the session. Professor Singh, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malviya. I think you told so much things about me. I feel humbled. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate the whole college staff for organizing this webinar, and that too of such an important topic, and having a wide galaxy of speakers from all over the world. So in the same series, we have invited Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh. I think he is in USA. He's associated with Agile Therapeutics. So I hope that will be a wonderful lecture. And in brief, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I do.
Fine, fine. So Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh is Director of Research and Development Laboratory, Agile Therapeutics. The company is working on developing several drug molecules and developing several antibodies, which are part of very important drug molecules of pharmaceutical company. So just to introduce a little bit starting, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh obtained his MSc in Biotech from JNU, New Delhi, and PhD from University of Cologne, Germany. Then his expertise lies in the field of protein chemistry, molecular biology, and several aspects of biochemistry. So biochemistry as such, rather I should say biochemistry, then going molecular biology, and then specializing in protein chemistry. So all enzymes are proteinaceous molecules. So that's very important thing, and enzymes are really controlling the whole metabolism of the body. So they are very important from developing drug molecules. He has obtained fellowships from different universities like University of Cologne, University of Constance, University of Maryland, USA, and several fellowships from CSIR at home, a qualified GATE. He has also received fellowship from DBT. So he has a brilliant character, brilliant academic records so far, and I hope he will be doing really very good science at James Therapeutics. And talking to his experience, he has been senior scientist and assistant director in life sensing, USA. Presently, he is associated with Abzyme Therapeutics as senior scientist and director of R&D lab, leading a group of about more than 10 scientists. And his research field, rather I would like, is very, very important in medicinal chemistry. Actually, what happens when we talk of molecular biology, we talk of everything at molecular level. And talking at molecular level means going to the root cause of every disease and finding its solution. So that's where Rajesh Singh is trying to hit. I wish him great success. And I would like to invite him for a talk. He is presently living in USA, and USA has topped the COVID cases with a number more than 4 million. And the death rate also is very high. And death is about 1,50,000. The recovery and death rate are very high in USA. So I hope he will share all those experiences with us, and he will share how USA government is trying to cope with all these things, and how USA is heading towards finding a vaccine also or another therapeutic drugs, so that we can help the masses in getting rid of this COVID-19 problem. So Dr. Rajesh Singh, please, now I hand over the stage to you. Please come forward. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very nice introduction. So let me start with first thanking the organizers for giving me opportunity to present some of the data here. and especially Anuradha Singh to reaching out to me to be a speaker in this meeting. And it's my privilege and my pleasure to be here. So let's go to here. I mean, my talk will be like structured into 4 parts. Is now what the coronaviruses are, and then moving on to like what are the pandemics here and how is it started, and then what's the status in the USA, and what are the vaccines and all those things which came after that. So coronaviruses, I mean, we all know that we have many coronaviruses long before, and there are some of them like very kind of less harmful. And those coronaviruses are causing common colds. Like there are many of them, like probably 3 to 5 of them in the humans, which are completely harmless. But some of the coronaviruses, like SARS, MERS, and then the SARS-CoV-2, this is caused the disease COVID-19, are really dangerous and very harmful to the human society. So what these coronaviruses are? So coronaviruses are actually a virus which has the RNA genome. I mean, you guys all know about this, and it's going on for like almost a few months. And they have a spike on the surface, and they looks like a corona on the sun, and that's why they're called coronaviruses. Right? So these viruses has like many structural protein, like nucleocapsid protein, spike protein, envelope protein, membrane protein, and these are all encapsulates the RNA inside, and that's the genome of the coronaviruses. Not only that, this genome is actually also translates a lot of non-structural proteins. And these non-structural proteins are actually kind of helping in replications and kind of attachment, and then kind of hijacking the cellular machinery inside the cells. So what happens, like what is the infection cycle? So especially the coronaviruses are infecting a respiratory tract or a gut. So there are plenty of receptors there. So coronaviruses first binds to the receptor there, and once they are bind, they can actually go inside the cells. And once they go inside the cells, they hijack the cellular machinery of replication and translation, and then they form these kind of virus particles. Okay, so let's go to the history. Like, what is the history of these coronaviruses? So coronaviruses emerges, the first one we saw in the case of like a SARS, that's a severe acute respiratory syndrome. And then we know that there was another one that's a Middle East respiratory syndrome, that's MERS, right? And then in 2019, we know that COVID-19 came, and that kind of has a dramatic damage in the world. So here is some of the data here is like a severe, this is SARS coronaviruses are identified first in 2003, and that's again somewhere in China, first infected humans in China in 2002. And then all these coronaviruses are expected to be coming out of bats. And then it spreads to some cats and then to humans. So the cats are kind of in the middle and working as a transfer agent. Again, MERS are identified in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia in 2012. And then they are kind of in dormitory camels, such as llamas and alpacas, and then they came to human. So coronaviruses are a large family, oops, let's go back, of viruses that are known to cause illness. And as I told, that the common colds are very common. I mean, USA, you can see everywhere that people catch common cold every year. And they are very less harmful, like it catches and only affects the upper respiratory tract. So look at the SARS. So the SARS first reported in February 2003, and then the illness is spread to more than 24 countries in North America, South America, Europe, and Asia before the SARS global outbreak of 2003 was contained. And it was just contained by, by preventive measures. There was no vaccines, no therapeutics, no medicines, nothing was there. So what people did is just isolate yourself, and then after 6 or 7 months, it just goes away. So here is a snapshot of like how many cases we saw. So the total number of cases, not many, it's a very low number. It's like 8,000, but the death was very high. As you know, that there was no vaccine, no therapeutics. So it's just how your immune systems tackle with that. And if it doesn't tackle, then you go and die. And the fatality rate you can see is like 9.6%, and it only affecting like some of the developing worlds, especially, like Canada and also China at that time. And also it's a plenty of healthcare workers are also affected at that time, like almost 21% of them, because they don't know about this virus. They do not know what is the preventive measures to take. And so the patients come to them and they get infected. And once they get infected, it's really a big problem. I mean, it's very hard to actually tackle with those things. So look at the Middle East respiratory syndrome. This was one of the most fatal viruses in the human history we have seen. And it's like almost a 35% case fatality rate. Again, it started in 2012 in Saudi Arabia, and then it spread to several other countries, including the United States. And it also developed a very similar respiratory illness. And the symptoms also include like fever, cough, and shortness of breath. And also a whooping number of healthcare workers are affected, as almost 20%, because, these things goes away in just few months, and then the government and the industry stops pushing money inside, and there is no vaccines, no therapeutics, nothing. However, that changed, in 2019. So what we see is now the first case was reported in Wuhan in China on December 31st, 2019. People believe that the virus had jumped the animal species, especially, again, the bat, and then came from some kind of, animal markets in China, and then goes to humans as a good host. So China actually provided the first gene sequence of COVID-19 on January 10, 2020. And as of yesterday, you can see that the COVID-19 has caused almost like 16 million people ill all over the world. And there are 650,000 deaths globally. And the amazing part is that like 25% of cases, like more than 4 million cases, are in the USA. And almost as of yesterday, 145 deaths in the USA had been reported. So definitely, like some of the state in which on the eastern side of the USA, like New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, they are the first one to catch this virus. So now they have got the plateau, now they're declining. However, some of the new states which opened prematurely, like Florida and Texas, they are catching up, and they are now kind of getting there. And a large number of cases are seen now. So how you can reduce the risk of coronavirus? We have heard millions of times, probably in just 4 months, that clean your hands with soap and water, and use alcohol-based hand sanitizers. And the alcohol content has to be at least 60% of your sanitizers. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing, sneezing, and with tissues and flexed elbow. Avoid close contact with an cold or flu-like symptoms people. Thoroughly cook meat and eggs, and avoid unprotected contact with wild animals or farm animals. So it's very simple, just if you prevent yourself and do not go into large gatherings, you'll be probably okay. However, having said that, it's very easy to say, but doing is very difficult. We know that every day we touch our hands on several surfaces. We touch our eyes and mouths and all these things several times. And this is into our habit, and just changing the habit is a really big thing. So the first case actually we saw in USA was a COVID-19 nursing home outbreak in Seattle in Washington State in USA. And it's a nursing care, so it's mostly people who are kind of more than 70 or 80 years old reside there. And there are like a number of staffs who also helps these people. And this kind of senior livings are very, very common in USA. So the first sign we saw, like 50% of those residents and staff are showing the signs and symptoms. And the first fatalities, we saw like 16 fatalities at that time. So at that time, based on the data from China, the disease kills nearly around 15% of the people over 80 years old and 8% of people in their 70s. And the very population that makes up more than half the population of US nursing homes and long-term assisted living facilities. This outbreak exposed the great vulnerability of the nation's nursing homes and long-term assisted living facilities, and around 2.5 million Americans who live in this kind of nursing homes are at greater risk. So the question is like how COVID-19 spreads. You know, they are respiratory viruses. So they mostly infect the respiratory tract. So how they gonna spread? Like one infected people, when they cough or when they sneeze, then these respiratory droplets are into the environment, and then they can go to the second person and can spread. And mostly what had been the data showing, the scientific data, that they are mostly spread from human to human. And recently, I think that also some data that they can also infect some animals and can spread from animal to human as well. And also some data there that they can also reside on some of the surfaces like plastics, aluminum or brass, copper. And then they can also live there for a few hours to few days. And that like if you touch those infected surfaces, they can also, you can contract the virus from there. So what does it mean by close contact? Close contact is actually defined by CDC. That's the Center for Drug Diseases here in USA, is like approximately 6 feet of a patient with COVID-19. And that's a prolonged period of time. That's like 10 minutes or more than that. That's where you can get the virus. Or having a direct contact with infectious secretions from a patient with COVID-19. Infectious secretions may include sputum, serum, blood, and respiratory droplets. If close contact occurs while not wearing all the recommended protective equipments, then also the persons are at a higher risk of having the infection. So what are the symptoms of COVID-19? I mean, almost everyone knows now that what are the symptoms. The main symptoms are the fever. Almost everyone has fever. Almost everyone has a dry cough. Some of them kind of show a shortness of breath, and then they are breathing difficulties as well. And few people are showing diarrhea and some GI tract symptoms as well. However, in severe cases, like when lungs are kind of collapsing, then you can see that pneumonia and that's kind of goes into severe acute respiratory syndrome, and the people has to go on the ventilator. And that can also cause kidney failure and affect lots of organs in the body, and ultimately the person can die. Treatment-wise, there are no vaccines, no antiviral drugs available. There are some of them available for emergency use. Those are mostly redirecting or repurposing drugs. And there are supportive therapy and treatment of symptoms. That's what they are available for now. So let's look at the fatality rate and the transmission rate, compared to the other more deadly viruses in the world. So if you look at here, like on the x-axis, you can see that these viruses are spreading faster, And then on the y-axis, they are deadly. So you can definitely see like MERS, bird flu, Ebola are the highly deadly viruses and kills almost like 30 to 40% of the patients who contract them. And then you can see common cold here is almost kind of unharmful to the human society. There are also seasonal flu, and there are a lot of flus there, but we have really good vaccines to tackle them. And one time, like almost 100 years ago, in 1918 to 20, they were a pandemic, and they have caused a dramatic damage to the world and to the human society. So the new coronaviruses are estimated right now with all the data that they have a fatality rate of around 3%, just below 3%, and the transmission rate between 1.5 to 3.5, and that's very, very high. So look at the confirmed cases of COVID-19 on July 25, and you can see that the four countries, USA, and then Brazil, India, and Russia, are somewhere like reaching a million or more than million. And if you look at here in a tabular form, this is like almost US shows almost 4 million cases right now. Brazil is somewhere like a little over 2 million. India is just crossed a million barrier and now it's reaching almost 1.5 million. And Russia is just little below 1 million. So these four countries are actually the main kind of countries which are infected by coronaviruses. And if you look at the death, again, the USA is like 145,000 deaths, and that's mostly to the people who are in the senior age, like more than 60 years of age. Brazil was the very latest addition, and they have kind of crossed almost like 85,000 deaths for now. United Kingdom is showing at number 3, is something like 44,000 deaths. And then Italy, and then India is also very close there. So again, total confirmed COVID-19 deaths per million people, if you consider that, and if you see, again, these countries like USA, Brazil, and some of the European countries like UK, Germany, Italy, Spain, they are mostly very, very devastated with this virus. If you look at India, definitely the death rate compared to per million people are very low at the moment. So how we can, so there are different amounts of mitigations roads that we can actually take to tackle the disease. And the total, and one of the things is that how many tests you are doing and how many isolations you are doing. So some of the countries in the world have done a really great, like New Zealand and Australia. Look at that how many tests they have done per confirmed cases. So rough data is just a rule of thumb, is like you should have like 5% or less confirmed cases than what you are doing the test. And that would be like a good control over the virus. However, these are like almost less than 1% cases which are showing confirmed, and they're doing a good amount of testing, and that's what is shown in their data as well. So New Zealand is kind of completely eradicated. There was not a single case right now. Australia has shown few cases, however, they have overcome the initial there. And however, if you look at the USA, is still, it's a very low testing rate right now, and that could be one of the biggest problem. And not only that, we know that also like a lot of people who are symptomless, they're asymptomatic, and those people are actually the main cause of the spread of the disease. So they do not know that they have the disease, and they go out, they meet people, and then they can infect other persons as well. So that's why the preventive measures are very, very necessary. And that can help tackle this disease. So, what are the goals of community mitigation for a pandemic like this? You know, like influenza. What people have done that you take a preventive measures such that you do not like spread the disease into like many people at the same time, because our healthcare is limited, the beds in the hospitals are limited, and then when many people are infected at the same time, what happens that the hospital has to decide who is going to treat and who is going to die. So how we can avoid that, that we can take preventive measures. We do not go into gatherings, we do not do meetings on site, wash your hands, and all these preventive measures. And then what happens that the less people will infect at the same time, and then you can flatten the curve. Flattening the curve means that you can uh, give your healthcare system more time to tackle this pandemic, and then there are enough beds when a person needs some kind of hospital care. So, so this pandemic starts somewhere, like in February, the first case was shown in USA, and then almost like in the mid of the March, and a lot of mitigation steps have been taken. So the first mitigation step was taken to close all the schools, because we know that children are not at the greater risk of this disease. However, they are a good carrier. So they can bring that disease at houses, at homes, and then they can infect the elderly there, and that's more fatal. So the first mitigation risk was to close the schools, and different states in USA had a different governors, so they have kind of having different rules, and the different states are closing. However, somewhere in April, like almost all 50 states had this coronaviruses, and then almost closed all the schools here, and still all the schools are closed for now. The second mitigation steps they took to close all the restaurants, bars, pubs, and any gatherings inside a confined area to almost zero. So they closed all these gatherings, and and then what's the problem comes out of that? If you do something like that, what happens? That the uncertainty increases, the fears come inside your mind that where the world is going into. And then you see like people are kind of fear, and when you are fear, you start saving, right? So your household expenses reduce, your consumption reduces, and then what happens that the firms close down, the company is closing down because there is not much demand, and then there is no demand, then they start losing people, the employees go on furlough or they're fired. And then this cycle keep continuing, and that goes into very bad economic problems. So, so community mitigation plannings, that's what USA have started doing that, and that's called a non-pharmaceutical intervention somewhere in mid-March. And then the personal interventions, the home isolation of ill people, hygiene, and also the hygiene of your houses, home quarantine of well potentially exposed people, and then also they kind of allowed some social distancing like school closures and dismissals, social distancing in workplaces. So you can say that almost all the labor force has been closed, and then only except for R&D, that's the research and development, cells were open for companies. Otherwise, all like constructions, everything was closed, and definitely postpone or cancel the mass gatherings. What environmental measures they have taken is like they have started routine cleaning of frequently touched surfaces. Still they are doing right now. I mean, I go to R&D every day. The routine cleaning goes on for like 5 times a day. And and as a result of that, you can see that the USP, the GDP contracts in US like 5% in Q1, in just like in 1 month. I mean, up to February, like mid-February, it was everything okay. The economy was very nice. The stock market was shining. And then suddenly it's like a dump of like 30%. And that was very, very close to what we saw in a Great Recession. It's like almost 8% of the GDP contracts. So what are the impact on the stock markets? We have all seen that the stock markets have tanked all over the world. Not in the USA, it's everywhere. In UK, in Europe, in Canada, in India, all the stock market were kind of goes down almost 30%. However, if you look at some of the countries like China, you can see that they have controlled the virus, and there are very few cases. The economies and the stock market are recovering. And also the same case with the US, almost recovered. However, in just last few days, maybe some volatility otherwise, it seems like they're recovering. And the most impact was on the travel services. You can see that the most international and the domestic travels are almost halted. Here you can see the data. 2019 is shown in green, and then 2020 is shown in blue. And you can see that how the transportations have completely stopped or completely goes down. Like almost 100,000 flights, which was monitored on Flight Radar, to come to something like 25,000. So 75% drops in flights at a time. And the big impact you can see in the USA is on the restaurants. Like in March, they say that the most of the restaurants are closed. Almost 3 months now, still all the restaurants are closed. In some of the states, they have opened it, which have like less COVID-19 cases. However, there is a limitations of 25% sitting inside, and the recommendations that if you have like a outside seating, it's highly recommended. And definitely you can see like almost in April, it's like 100% of the restaurants were closed. Like almost all the restaurants were closed. And this is the case in all over the world. You can see like Australia, Germany, Ireland, United States, United Kingdom, Mexico, everywhere. So, and that brings a big economic problem. Like this restaurants and these are the small businesses, and these small businesses can fuel the economy in any country, and especially in USA. Like a lot of people depends on these restaurants for their food. So what is the projected is like, it seems like if there is no vaccines or no therapeutics available, then this is going to be a really, really big problem, because these restaurants are not sitting on big amount of cash. So they have to recover, and recovering will be very, very hard, because they are closed. They have to still pay their utility bill. They still have to pay their real estate mortgage or rent or whatever. And they are not getting any income. So it seems like that it's very, very difficult for them to recover. And there are government fundings, like there are a lot of government fundings in that. However, these government fundings are very bureaucratic hassles, or there are challenges, and the monies are not that much. So not like all the small businesses are getting that money. It's just like maybe few percentage of that are getting it. So what are the most affected sectors? And you can see definitely that what I shown in few slides is like the transport, entertainment, restaurants, and hotels are mostly affected. And the other things which are not affected, and we all know that we need food to survive. So everyone need to eat, doesn't matter. So food and necessities, medias and telecom services are gaining momentum. Healthcare services are definitely doing much better, and manufacturing, mining, retail, and services are still doing okay. They are not that great, but still they're doing okay, because they're outdoor jobs mostly. So, I mean, and that actually goes into like almost 48 million people in US goes for unemployment claims, and considering a population of 300 million people of USA is a whooping number. It's like almost 16, 17%, like 1/6 of the population goes into unemployment. And this have increased, this have kind of improved a little bit in recent times, and because of the some of the openings in some of the states which are kind of have control over the viruses, such as New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And you can see that the employment is still, like unemployment, like 11.1% in June. So that was a very, very difficult times for this country. And then again, if you look at like who are the people actually losing their jobs, especially some lower skilled workers, like laborers are losing their jobs. If you have a very high degree, if you're working in IT, if you're working on R&D, they are still open. You can work from home, you can just work from your computer, and it's not a big problem. But the big problem is for lower skilled workers, like the people who are working in waiters in restaurants, or they're working in construction company. If they're closed, it's a very difficult time for them. So let's I think I have a few minutes, so I can go into like what are the therapeutic development right now in the world, and I can quickly do it in last 10 to 15 minutes. So right now, like everyone see the opportunity and the need to go very fast into this therapeutic stuff or a vaccine stuff to get rid of this disease. And a lot of companies have changed their focus into that. Either it's a big companies or small companies, everyone is kind of focusing to get some kind of vaccines or a drug or some kind of therapeutics. So right now there are 661 unique compounds in development. And then if you divide that, if you look at this pie chart, 173 vaccines are there under development. 196 antivirals compounds are under development, and there are 292 compounds or protein molecules are in the treatment development stages. Out of these, there are almost 246 came into clinicals, like especially they start with the preclinicals, you test it on mice, you test it in laboratory, and once it passes that, you go to the clinicals and test on humans. So almost 246 are in the clinicals and 415 are in the preclinical stages. And if you look at like what phases they are, like clinicals can be divided into different phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and all of them kind of look either singly or overlapping, like what is the safety and efficacy of the vaccines or the compounds in the market. So the phase 1 is a very, very early stages, and phase 4 is almost the last stage, and then you can apply for federal approval of the of your compound. So you can see that most of the compounds are right now, including vaccine therapeutics and all these things are mostly in the phase 2. However, good thing is that there are many of them are in the phase 4 as well. So that's the good thing, and then some of them are kind of predicting that the vaccine will be very soon, even this year, like in October or September. And if you look at like what are the world is doing right now and which countries are kind of doing how many compounds, and these are based on the company headquarters. It doesn't mean that they are actually developed in these countries. So you can see that the United States is almost 339, almost 50% of those compounds are generated or developed by the companies which are based in United States. And there are good parts also in Canada and Europe, like UK is almost 29, and then there are some in Germany, Austria, and you can see China as well, like 39 different kind of compounds under development. India also has like 9 compounds under development right now. So if you look at like how this development have happened, and what are the industry response, and you'll be surprised, like many of them are coming from the small companies. There are very few which are coming from the big companies. And you can see that how they have increased. In January, there are almost like just few, that they have just started And then in July, you can see like almost more than 600 of them. And then they are divided into different kind of compounds. So if you look at ways to target, how you can target COVID-19, and one of the top strategy is to use as a to target the anti-inflammatory. Like the viruses are attacking the immune system of our body, and then somehow the immune system respond by releasing cytokines, and that's called and when this cytokine release is not controllable, that's called the cytokine release syndrome, and that can kill a person. It's very fatal. So what people are developing, like a lot of these compounds and vaccines are developed as like to suppress this kind of cytokine releases. Protein-based vaccines are right now, that's one of the big hope, because there are a lot of vaccines, like almost 90% of the vaccines are protein-based. And then there are a lot of antibodies are under development that can be used as a therapeutics or preventive, a lot of diagnostics as well. And there are a lot of compounds which are kind of targeting the replication cycle of the viruses, and they are kind of antivirals. They come into that, and then there are many classes, But however, these are the four big compounds, that the classification. So if you look at the most advanced COVID-19 antiviral candidates right now, you can see like most of them like almost in the phase 4, and these are like one of them is Arbidol. It's developed by USA in regional hospital. Also Roche is developing Denopavir and Ritonavir. And then there's a Shenyang, that's China, developing Carimycin as a compound. And this is in Germany, Hein University of Aarhus, and Camerstadt is also developed. So that there are many compounds which are coming, and then they are almost close to in the stage 4. If you look at the vaccine, because that's a big hope for the people who are not infected, right? The compounds you can test, like they are the therapeutic, and you can test for the people who are infected and who are showing active disease. But however, they are still like not 1% population is still infected. 99% of the people are uninfected, and then the vaccine is really a big help. And this is very nice that the Serum Institute of India is definitely developing the vaccine, which is almost in phase 3. It's repurposed, but still it will be very nice vaccine. And then Wuhan Institute of Virology is also developing a vaccine. And then there are multiple vaccines like MMR and BCG, which is like people are just repurposing them to show whether they're efficacy in COVID-19. And there is another which has got a big attention is this University of Oxford vaccine and AstraZeneca, and this vaccine is called ChAd-Ox1. So this they are saying that probably somewhere in October, this vaccine will be out, and then they will start providing because this is non-profit organization, so they will provide like vaccine all over the world, and many countries have already started reserving their vaccines to them. And if you look at like definitely there are different drugs which have been emergency use authorizations, and there is only one drug which had been kind of emergency use authorization in USA is like remdesivir, that has been initially developed for Ebola. However, it was not effective in Ebola, and then they just tested in COVID-19. It has a very, like just 30% effective rate, but it still is good. You can definitely shrink the infection from 15 days to somewhere like 10 days, and you can treat the person in 10 days. So with that, I will stop here, and then I would thank you for listening, and would happy to take any question.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So session is open for questions. If we have questions, please, the person who is managing the fair,
Yes, sir.
allow the participants to raise their questions, please.
Yes, sir. So there is one question from chat box. That is, what are your views regarding use of repurposed drugs used in case of COVID-19?
Dr. Rajesh, please.
Yes. So repurposed drugs are actually, like these drugs are definitely, the good thing is that the people have tested their efficacy, their safety, So the two things you want to test in a drugs is the safety and efficacy. So the repurposed drugs are already has been tested in their safety, and their efficacy is the only thing to test. So that's why these drugs are going forward very fast, because you don't have to do like everything. And these are very good approach, and definitely a very good kind of targets as well.
So one question from YouTube chat box. Recently, WHO has banned anti-malarials and antipyretic drugs. Can you explain what mechanism of these drugs is getting fatal?
Yeah, these drugs are actually, vasodilators and vasoconstrictors as well. So that's one of the big problems. The side effect is the big problem, and that's why USA had for some time did emergency use authorizations, but after some time they have withdrawn that emergency use authorizations because many patients are, because of the vasoconstriction, they can get like numb on one side of the body, or they can go into heart attack. So those are the big problems that has, and the side effects to our kind outweighs their efficacy, and efficacies were not that much, and that's one of the reasons. That's why these drugs has been, like not that effective.
So next question, Dr. Subodh is asking to throw some light on herd immunity.
Yeah, so herd immunity is like, when you get immunity, like many people's, like let's say that 25% of your population is got infected, and then you can generate kind of herd immunity. So what happens, like, again, these persons who are already infected, they have the antibody in their body, right? So if the person is infected once again, then what happens is like the infection stops there because this person has antibody in the body, and the body can fight. So the herd immunity is definitely a good idea, but it's especially like in cases when you have like a low infection rate or a low fatality rate. In those cases, it's very nice. However, in this case, it doesn't look like that is a very good idea.
Thank you, sir. Next, Aisha Dev is asking, despite taking strong measures, India couldn't flatten the curve. Did we lack in modeling the trend line of the virus? Our monitoring policies were weak.
Well, it's very difficult for a country, and especially for India with so many peoples, like, billions of peoples, living there. So it's very difficult for a country to stop this COVID-19. Even in USA and all developing countries, developed countries, they have taken measures, but again, it depends on the persons, like how the persons is doing all these preventive measures. But I think India did definitely a much better, than compared to all other countries in world. And comparing the populations, India has 1.4 billion population. US has like 4 times less, 330 million, and still US has more cases than India, right? So if you look like how many people are actually infected, it's very less, like per million populations. In India is very less. So I don't think that India did a very bad thing comparing, because this is always a relative thing. You cannot compare just one country as such. You have to compare one country relative to the whole world. And India did a fantastic job,
Thank you, sir. That's all, sir.
So, Dr. Rajesh,
yes,
that's fine. I have one question for you, please.
Sure.
Despite having good medical facilities, how US failed in managing this affair, COVID problem?
Yes, so one of the slide I saw is just the testing. Still the testing has to be there where it starts. So So
Yeah.
I think the testing is a big problem right now. So initially, when the disease started, like somewhere in end of February or mid March,
Yeah.
CDC has a very very strict guidelines that which person has to be tested. And still, after like 4 or 5 months, you still have to go to your primary caregiver to write a prescription, and then you can go and test.
Oh.
Because there are not many tests available. That's another problem right now. Every country is facing that there are not many kits that you can get. Kits are very limited in amount, and that's one of the big problems that why many countries are failing.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So any other question, Radha?
No, sir.
Radha?
No, sir. No, sir. That is. Okay.
So, Dr. Rajesh, I think you delivered a nice lecture, giving a very clear-cut picture of origin of coronavirus. Hello.
Yes, sir.
How come this screen is coming, Mr. Imran? Hello. Radha?
Yes, Mr. Imran, kindly unmute yourself. Mute yourself, please.
He's muted now.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a nice coverage of origin of the coronavirus, its details, and its how it spread all over the world, covered the whole world one by one, and a lot of fatalities were observed. Also, your suggestions or WHO suggestions that how to avoid the COV infection and how New Zealand thwarted the problem by just testing, following the very old formula, testing, tracking, and isolation. Probably they followed it and they protected their lives. So, lot of things you discussed about right from origin of virus to spread to vaccination to antiviral drugs and so many aspects of the COVID section and how economy is so adversely affected by this COVID pandemic. That's really very unfortunate. So what I can say that we are little or to a small level unfortunate that we could not explore. We were stopped to explore the world, but at least we should thank the Almighty. We are here to find solutions to this problem. So the thing is that we should be positive. As he told that if we take necessary precautions, protections, we can save ourselves, we can save the humanity also. So let us be positive, adopt the processes for protection, avoiding mass contacts, visiting big gatherings, and even maintaining social distancing and mask and hand wash and sanitizers. All those things are there. Everyone is following, but we have to follow it very seriously. Only then we can avoid this problem. So, Dr. Rajesh, I would like to thank you so much for sparing time and delivering this lecture. I think in US it will be night time. So, thank you very much for taking pain and delivering this lecture, benefiting us. College personnels, I'd like to thank you again for organizing this big seminar, a webinar, and giving opportunity to different speakers and giving opportunity to me also to interact with such wonderful speakers and you all. So thank you so much. Wish you good luck for your next session. Thank you so much. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Singh, and thanks the organizers. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Dr. Alok Malvi to proceed further. Dr. Alok Malvi, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah. I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College, I extend a really hearty vote of thanks to our speaker, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, who spared time from his busy schedule to grace the occasion. His thoughts have enlightened our minds and have should in have should a, have showed us a new path. Today we had an opportunity to hear his thought about Corona-19 and its structure and cleared myths and doubts about this virus. I am immensely thankful to Professor Ramen Kumar Singh for accepting the chair of chairperson and given us his precious time for his busy schedule. I know he was very busy in meeting in University of Allahabad. I would also like to thank to the participant for attending the session very sincerely. I hope that this session will be helpful for all of you. At last, but not the least, I would like to thank the organizing team and technical committee for this efforts. Again, I thanks to all. Thanks you.
Please.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anuradha ma'am,
Yes, sir.
session is closed.
Yes, sir.
Now, this session is closed.